Hey, welcome everyone. Grant Cardone here. Welcome to our Real Estate Interactive. This is going to be a lot of fun today and tomorrow, sharing with you how to take advantage of the real estate correction that is clearly underway in every city, every major city, minor city, tertiary city in the United States of America. I've been predicting this for some time. It is here, it is now, and you guys are in the right place at the right time. I promise you this will be a bigger event than 2008. Had you bought real estate in 2008, 9, and 10, you would be so rich today, you'd probably be on a boat somewhere in the south of France, floating around talking about the great decisions you made 12 years ago. But you didn't, because you didn't have the information, you didn't have the confidence, you didn't have the network, and you might not have known what to look for. So welcome today. You're in the right place, right time. This is a great moment. I've been doing these real estate events now for the last couple of years. If you've been to any of those over the last 18 to 24 months, what I'm telling you today is different than what I told you then. I've been buying real estate now for 30 years. I bought $5 billion worth of real estate. This is a different moment. This is an unbelievable opportunity. It's a correction of a lifetime. And you just got to be in the right mindset, have the right network, know exactly what you're looking for. So I'm really, really excited. We wanted to start this a little early today. Please put in the chat what city you're in, what city that you're in, where are you coming from today, and I just might make some short note. Birmingham, Alabama, unbelievable market right now. The Alabama marketplace is going to be a great, great decade. Bend, Oregon. Small, very little volume, very little activity, but there are going to be pieces and parts of that marketplace that do extremely well. Orlando, Florida, probably overbuilt right now. If you're going to buy in Orlando, you need to be very, very patient. Charlotte, North Carolina, a lot of construction going on right there, a lot of opportunities everywhere between Charlotte, Raleigh, Greenville, South Carolina. The Carolinas are going to be big winners for the next decade. Coming to the event in Miami. Yeah, we got an event July. What are the dates, Jared?
July 15th and 16th.
July 15th and 16th. You guys should put that on your calendar. July 15th and 16th in Miami. Live event. There'll probably be 1,000 people there. Real estate only. That's all we talk about. El Paso, Texas. One of these cities, the markets that I found a property in today that I'm going to be talking about in El Paso. Great, great rental market for what we're going to be talking about. St. George, Utah is in the house. DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth has 54,000 projects under construction right now. Tremendous, phenomenal opportunities. Nashville, Tennessee is going to be great. Dallas, Texas, Austin, San Antonio, not so much as the previous. Houston, Texas will provide phenomenal upside. While the rest of the market comes down, Houston will probably recover faster than any market in the country. We're heavy in Florida, so anything you do, like I flew over Sarasota yesterday, you could literally blindfold yourself right now and buy everything west of, what's that road? 75. The 75. Buy everything west of the 75, and you will make a fortune between Brandington, which is South Tampa, Fort Myers, Sarasota, all the way down to Naples. You're going to get be super successful there. Indianapolis, Indiana could be a great, great comeback city this year. Atlanta, Georgia, you got to be very, very careful. Welcome everybody from wherever you are in the world. Singapore, we got Dubai in the house. We got Sydney, Australia here. Great to have you guys here. Appreciate you being here. Today's going to be a great day. If any of you have had any success investing in real estate, possibly because of my book, How to Create Wealth Investing in Real Estate, or maybe the home study manual or the master class that all of you downloaded, did they all download the masterclass?
They all got limited access to that as part of the webinar. Yeah.
So there was a limited access that we gave you for 2 weeks of the masterclass. It's a $10,000 product, and we gave it to you guys to view for 2 weeks. If you've had any success because of that, raise your hand. I'd like to bring you up while we count down these last 9 minutes. and just hear about any success that you're having in real estate. Johnny, just pull them up as you see their hands pop up.
And then you think we should ask folks, what they're also, after we get some of these, what they're looking to get out of the event today?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Maybe when they come up, I'll ask that as well. And also, if you maybe you hadn't had any success yet, what are you looking to get out of today? Raise your hand. What are you looking to get out of today? And I'll bring you up and spotlight you. Majesty, what you got going on, Majesty?
Oh,
Majesty, you there?
can you hear me?
We can't hear him in here, Johnny.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, Majesty? How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
We're doing great. Good to have you here.
Yep. But yeah, you were saying bring people up that had some success with the master class or with some other products, man. So I've kind of been following Grant for a while. Was gracious enough to be on Real Estate King as well in Atlanta. And that definitely changed. Spending that time with Grant changed a lot of things for me, man. Immediately, I went into multifamily. I now have 28 units, also 40 units pending, and working on more deals. So just real glad to be here, man, and learn more. Just trying to scale up to my first 1,000.
Well done, man. Well done. Good to see you again, and congratulations on your success. This is phenomenal, dude. Here's a guy that I met less than a year ago, maybe right at a year ago, and he's got 28 units under his belt, 40 units pending. One suggestion for everybody here, Majesty's got his online name here. All of you, I would strongly suggest, real estate is not like other social media. Put your legal first name and last name. Don't use all these social, what are they called, handles.
Yeah.
Don't use handles, man. If your name's Grant Cardone, you put Grant Cardone in there. Real estate is not like a handle game like, yeah, my name's MJ21. This ain't a weekend game, man. This ain't a cool game. This is a real estate game. So just a note for everybody here, because one thing we want to do, Majesty, with everybody here is because I want to be able to look you up, and I don't think I'm going to be able to find you under Majesty. Okay? In real estate, one of the 5 key ingredients of real estate is your network. Like, who do I know that I can call in Atlanta to do a deal on the South Side? Who knows that market? So maybe me and Majesty don't do a deal together, but I can always use him. Hey, man, do you know a good air conditioning guy or an HVAC guy or a roofing guy on this side of town that can help me fix something, okay? Or, hey, what's the occupancy of this marketplace? Like, we want to network everybody here, make sure you guys are connected, really, really solidly connected and trust one another and can reach each other to access data. Let's go to
Darren Couch.
Darren. What's up, Darren?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hey, I just wanted to say that what I want to get out of this today is I feel like there's a missing link that I'm getting. It's very minor. I'm a North Texas real estate agent. I'm in Sherman, Texas. We're very growing. We got TXI just moved in with a $30 billion expansion. We have Global Wafers come in. We're really the technology's moving into Sherman, Texas. We got Sherman Denison. It's a fast growing area. And what I'm seeing is great opportunity in this multifamily. One thing I'm missing here is what I'm seeing coming up for sale is the older units, because we're building so many new units here.
Yeah.
We have on the market 12,000 houses, single family houses coming, and I don't know the number of multifamily units that are coming into this area. So there's that, and basically just want to get more fluid with how to work these numbers. So I can hopefully one day be as good as Grant is with it.
Yeah.
So,
well, good, man. Hey, Darren, you're in the right place. What city did you say you're in?
Sherman.
it's Sherman, Texas, Sherman Denison area, North Texas, almost Oklahoma.
Okay. Yeah. So, and
I've got 2 deals on my desk right now that if you ever pull up Sherman, Texas, and look, there's about 2 that have caught my eye, but at y'all's convenience, we can go over my, we can do it right now, but I don't want to interrupt the schedule, but yeah, just I think there's a couple there that's
awesome, man. Well, good to have you here. Good to have you here. I want to be sure Tony has me logged into CoStar because I don't see that. I see the same problem that I had earlier this morning. Hey, good to have you here, Darren. And we'll be talking about your market. And I assure you, by there you go, get access. By tomorrow afternoon, you will be much more fluid in how to underwrite these deals and what makes sense. Now, Darren brought something up about the number of single-family homes being built in his market, and then he doesn't even know how many multifamily. That is going to put pressure on your market and actually create the opportunity, guys, that you want. Yeah. So great to have you here, Dan. Appreciate it. Let's go to.
We got Daniel. We got Daniel.
Daniel, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Good. Hopefully better after this event. So I'm looking to learn. I'm really looking to learn about. I don't know much about it. I've done a little bit of your course, and I actually used your sales book years ago and increased my closing percent from I think it was 20% to 50%. Grossed the company I worked for $1.2 million in the year. So it was a huge benefit. So I thought when I saw the real estate stuff, I was been thinking a lot about it. And originally I was going to go with the multi-unit, the 3 to 4, but I saw in your class, you're don't do that. So
good. What city are you in?
Dallas, Fort Worth. It's the area of Watauga, close to Keller.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, look, man, what we want to do now is, I'm glad that you had success with sales. What we want to do, though, is you guys that are out there that are professional salespeople and you're making money in sales, that's great. You'll never get rich like that. There's just, there's no 8 billion people on this planet. None of them create wealth selling. Now, it's a great skill to have, and you guys know how much I believe in it and think of it. I'm not dishing it as a great skill. It is a phenomenal skill, and it will be well utilized in this space negotiating deals, but you need assets to create wealth, okay? Because when you can't pitch, you can't, get in front of a customer, man, the real estate will take care of you. So great to have you here. Let's go to.
We got Kimberly.
Kimberly, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. And where are you coming? Where do you live?
Kingman, Arizona. It's right in between Vegas and headed down to Phoenix.
Yeah.
Right now, they're projecting an I-40 and US 93 exchange. We're going to connect the two cities, improve the highways there. So we're looking at probably some good investment opportunities. Right now, our market action index is really strong sellers market at a 52 for residential because we're a housing shortage, even though they're continuing to build. A lot of people moving in here, getting out of California, tired of I call it the vacation hub here because you can be in the city and you can go places within a short distance. So what we're trying to learn is investment opportunities around the area, how to increase our cash flow, gain our assets, and looking at what kind of pretty short on multifamily houses around here, not very many apartment complexes or anything like that. Currently, we have a couple of homes that we use as Airbnb because we're right near the hospital. A lot of traveling nurses here, medical hospital shortage of doctors and things like that. So really looking to see how we can invest either in this area or anyway, that's kind of the question.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. And look, every market has opportunity, folks. Right now, I'm telling you, there's not going to be a shortage of opportunities. That being said, you want to move to markets where there's there's activity. There has to be activity for prices to fluctuate. When there's very little activity, you can get cash flow, but you're not going to be able to get an exit. So we're going to be talking about that today, to look at all the things that are involved in real estate. Like the best real estate I ever bought, I actually left the state to go get it. The best deal I ever did, I sold my home and moved across the country to go follow profits. And for any of you that are thinking about buying a home right now, I wouldn't buy a home right now. I would wait this cycle out, and I would invest in properties that will buy your home in the future, because it's going to be phenomenal. There is going to be a single family correction. I've been saying now for 3 years there will not be a correction in single family. It will be a very short blip, And it will only happen when interest rates come down. It's going to be very violent, and the window's going to close very fast. So today we're going to be talking. I can show you guys single family. I mean, the single family inventories around the country are exploding. But the problem is that's not where you get corrections this cycle, because you need debt. You need a loan maturing for a seller to compromise their price. And we'll be showing you that today and where to find that. You're in a great market, by the way. I know it's warm there this time of year. Every June and July and August, it's warm in Arizona, by the way, folks. That's not global warming. It's called summer. Summer in Arizona. How long did you live in Arizona, Ryan?
15 years.
Was it warm every summer?
Every summer.
Did you have any cool summers?
Never.
Okay, thank you. I thought you were in the desert. Okay, for you guys to understand just how much inventory there is available, because we're getting ready to start here.
Yep.
Johnny, can you show my computer? Because I'm going to be using this today as well, and we're going to introduce you to a number of places to find real estate. For those of you that think that there is nothing to buy in America, this is just America right here, because most of our audience is here. But I could do this in Dubai, I could do it in Singapore, I could do it in Europe, I could do it in England, Germany. I could take this and go to Australia and do this, okay? That's a map of the United States of America, including Toronto, or including Canada, not Toronto, Canada. You can see if you could buy even 0.0001%, 3 zeros and a 1, you would be a billionaire many times over. If that's all you bought, was 0.0001% of what I'm showing you right there. If you could figure out how to raise the money. By the way, the biggest institutions in the world do not use their own money. You guys understand? Banks own real estate without owning the real estate with their own money. They control the real estate. So we're going to show you today how to think bigger about this opportunity. We are, as the room gathers here, we are in the greatest real estate correction of my lifetime. I believe this. If that's hyperbole, if that's an exaggeration, this is for sure the biggest correction since 2008. 14, 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. And that opportunity would have made you rich beyond your wildest imaginations. If you could have bought real estate in 2011, 2012, when I was buying stuff in 2012, I made the biggest, best deal of my entire life. One deal that changed my life. And that's the other thing we're going to be looking for. As you guys take notes, you should have downloaded your PDF, right? Mm-hmm. They download your PDF. I'm going to be going through this workbook today. This is our interactive workbook that we'll be going through page by page. I'll cover 2 or 3 pages of data. And then I'm going to say, look, we're going to go to a break. A break doesn't mean I leave. A break means we hit a button and we separate you into rooms to do your exercise and then discuss how you will use that activity, that information. So rather than me just spewing data at you today, we want to get you interactively involved in how to process the data, how to find a deal, fund a deal, underwrite a deal, price a deal, how to know what to pay and what not to pay, how to know when to fold them and when to hold them, okay? And when do you refinance a deal? We'll be talking about all that today and tomorrow. Today will probably be, what do you think, Jared? How many hours? 2 hours, 2.5, 3? You don't think?
No.
Jared Glant right here. Jared's always supporting me on our trainings and our webinars. Wide shot. Remember what we talked about? Okay, because I'm talking and they can't see me. They're like, that's kind of weird, man.
They're looking at me.
Oh, maybe
though.
you can. Okay, because the chat covers up. So that's what I see. Okay, so we're working out some of our logistics over here. Great to have everybody here. So excited to spend today and tomorrow with you. The date today is what?
Oh, man. The 29th of June.
Hey, mark this day in your calendar. Mark this day. It's going to be different, man. It's going to be this could be a game changer for you guys. This could be the day you're like, okay, I got it, man. Now I know how to create wealth in my life.
How many times do you think people need to hear this info before they actually start getting enough confidence to go do something with it?
Well, the first thing, it's not about learning something once. It's about oh, boom, I hear it. I got to think with it. Agree or disagree with it, okay? And then the second time you hear it, you're like, oh, now I understand what he's saying about not buying a house. Okay, the first time you heard that, you're like, oh, I think he's wrong. Okay, I didn't say don't buy a house. I said don't buy a house right now. while you could buy real estate that would pay for where you live, and you create enough wealth and you can buy a damn castle with somebody else's money. So there's no reason, we're just out sequence, right? So when the first time you hear something, when the first time I show you a bicycle, you can't imagine riding it. 3 years later, you're trying to trade it in for a motorcycle. 5 years later, you think you're Evel Knievel. 7 years later, you're in the hospital and don't want to ever ride a bicycle again, okay? So you understand what I'm saying? Like you need to hear something over and over and over again in all the angles. This program that we sent you guys, the master class, that master class, there is no number of times that you can hear that you won't learn from it because you're going to change. So I don't know where you're at right now. Guys, put in the chat where you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10. 10, you're an expert. I would put myself at like maybe an 8.5. I'm going to give myself an 8.5 in the real estate investing space. I would not give myself a 10. I don't think anybody's ever a 10 because a 10's going to learn more and find out they're not a 10. So Barry Sternlicht, they own 150,000 units. I don't think he's a 10. I don't think he thinks he's a 10. Okay, so just put where you're at. We got some 1s, some 2s, some 3s, a 6.5, good. Okay, 4.5, 0.01, good. But here's the cool thing about real estate, folks. Like, number one, this does not take 4 years to learn. You do not need to go get a degree to do this. You don't need a license to do this. You can buy real estate. Somebody asked me the other day, do you have a real estate license? I said, yeah, I got a real estate license. $5 billion worth of real estate. That's my license. I got passive income every month. Okay, I get tax write-offs from the U.S. government. What's your credit score like? I said, my credit score. I don't know anything about my credit score. I'm sure I have a credit score, but I don't care if I have a credit score. I don't borrow the money. The real estate borrows the money. You guys should have a notepad. You should have your PDF ready, okay? Don't just depend on the PDF. There's going to be tons of information that are not in the book that I cover today. I'm just giving it to you right now. Like a credit score is a myth in real estate. What you need in real estate is a schedule of assets, okay? A schedule of assets looks like this. This is how you create wealth, okay? Wealth is created. The wealthy are not asked for credit scores. They're asked for a what's called a schedule of assets. Okay, this is a schedule right here of assets that I own. Okay, these schedule of assets that I own come with what's called an NOI, annualized NOI. See this right here? I'm gonna put NOI at the top of it. All right. This is the amount of scheduled income of these properties. They don't want to see one of them, by the way. They want to see all of them. Those first 5 do $12 million of net operating income a year. The next 5 do $11,145,000. This is what my bank wants to see. Iona Lakes that we bought, 3 years ago, Ryan? One property does $3 million a year in NOI. Port St. Lucie, $2.4 million. Ormond Beach, 3.5. Woodway Square in Houston, Texas, 4.8. Murano, Orlando, Florida, 3.1 million, totaling $8 million right there. Okay, here's another 5 deals. They do $29 million of NOI a year. NOI is the number, a very important number in real estate is you're going to have your gross income, your expenses, and your NOI. Now, for those of you who don't know these terms, don't worry about it. You're going to hear them over and over and over again. Just start adding. Don't think, okay, I'm not going to learn this. This is not complicated at all, okay? At all. It is not complicated. It does have its own language that you have to understand. The NOI determines how much debt you can get, okay? So it's gross income. That's the rent from the property. The more rent, the better, right? Less your expenses, the less expenses, the better. This is gas, electric, taxes, fixing stuff, light stuff, not big stuff, okay? And then you have your NOI. NOI is what determines how much of a loan you can get on a piece of property. Real estate, this kind of real estate that we're talking about today, I'm not talking about a single family house. This kind of real estate supports debt, Meaning this number right here, this NOI number, allows you to borrow money from the bank without it being on your credit, which is the beautiful thing. In fact, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac just passed a law right now where you can actually borrow on a specific type of real estate. You can borrow on that real estate without it being tied to your personal credit. So for those of you who have bad credit, like I did when I was 30 years old, I had no credit, which is worse than bad credit. I had no credit. I had no credit history. Oh, you got to get a card. You got to get a loan. You got to get this. I'm like, I don't want all that, dude. Like I want freedom. Okay? Well, then a guy says, no, bro, what you need is a schedule of assets. You need assets. I got it. You need assets that produce income for you, right? Because you see, this less the debt equals cash flow. And what the bank is interested in, this is for everybody, by the way, Amazon, Tesla. If Elon goes to get a loan, they want to know this: schedule of assets. I own SpaceX. I own X. What are they going to be concerned with the X? That's good that you own X, bro, but what's it costing you to own it? Mm-hmm. Okay? Because his debt is bleeding him out negative cash flow. So they're going to say, we want to see the cash flow from SpaceX, the scheduled prediction. We want to see the cash flow negative from X. We want to see the cash flow for your shares from Tesla, okay, before they would give him a loan. Okay? At that point, they're probably going to say, yeah, that's great. Elon, richest guy in the world. In the world, we are going to give you a loan based on you donating shares of or collateral of your shares in X or SpaceX. They probably don't want X. Okay? Right.
But in real estate, they're not. They're using that as a validation point, but they're actually loaning on the performance of the property.
They're loaning on the performance of the property. The first real estate deal I did when I was 31 years old, and I went to the bank. I'd done 2 small deals, and then I did this 48-unit deal. And I went to the bank, and I was so proud, man. I brought all my paperwork in. I brought my financial statement. I'd spent like 5 days putting all this together, fudging numbers, making everything look as good as possible, taking stuff off that didn't. I was freaking tripping out, scared, terrified. Went in there, like dressed up to go in there, and I'm like, here's my deal, and here's my company, and here's my income, and here's, and they're like, we don't need all that, man. I said, what do you mean you don't need all that? I needed all that on my last 2 deals. They said, yeah, you needed it on your last 2 deals because the first 2 deals I did were single family homes, okay? I needed to make the rent. I needed to make the payment. The third deal I did, had 48 units, and there was 46 people making payments that provided me with enough NOI to support the debt and then to cash flow to me. So worst case, the bank said, hey, worst case is we keep, this thing supports the debt and we keep your cash flow if you don't do the right thing on the property. So they didn't actually even want me to sign on the deal. I said, where do I sign? They said, you don't sign. The property signs. You need to get an LLC. I knew nothing, by the way. Now, this is $5 billion ago, okay? 50 some odd deals. I've looked at probably 50,000 deals without exaggeration. And I'm just telling all of you here, okay? This is the greatest thing that has ever happened to me in my career. Short of my wife, my kids, and all the great people that support me every day, and we work together to help a lot of people, and you guys that are being here today. But short of that, dude, this real estate thing has taken care of me in a way that none of my other businesses can take care of me. So we want to get you in the game. This is a great time to be in the game. The correction is underway. And if you go to page 2 of your workbook.
And one thing, just a real quick note. So I know the team has put the workbook in the chat for you so that you can download it. One very, very, very important thing is download the workbook. Don't just open it on your computer. So once you open it, go download it, bring it onto your desktop, get it off of the internet, because what will happen is if you leave it open online and you put all your notes in the workbook, when you go to try to save it, it's going to erase all of the notes that you've put into the book. So download it, get it on your desktop, and then open it and complete the book there. So we want to make sure that you guys keep all the notes that you take. In addition, to the legal pad that you should be using as well for all the bonus stuff Grant's going to be covering.
Yeah, and the last thing, just because somebody said in the note, they said, hey, can you finish your sheet here, your schedule of assets? There's, oops.
Here.
Yeah, here it is. Okay, this has an annualized NOI, net operating income of $209 million. The reason I'm showing you this is in real estate, different than other businesses, in real estate, somebody should always provide you with proof. You're entitled to ask, show me the numbers. If they can't show you the numbers, it's a scam and just move on, okay? So, and we heard that at our presidential debate the other night. I'm like, all this stuff both sides are saying, and like, there's no documentation of anything. Everybody just lies, right? The cash flow from these properties is $114 million. 114, that's an eighth
That's
of a
cash
billion.
flow after debt.
After debt, after expenses, free cash flow. So the banks are like, okay, you can probably support these loans. All right. Now, there's a little more into all that detail that we'll get into today. Today, we're going to show you where the deals are, how to do a deal, how to get your first deal. I would have never imagined in my lifetime at 31 years old that I would own this much real estate. I never even thought about these kind of numbers. Never dreamed it would be even possible. But it is. And I'm proof it's possible. And I want to share as much of this information as I can with you today. So this is how it works, okay? I'm going to go over 2 or 3 or 4 pages in the workbook. Then I'm going to say break. We're going to go interactive. You're going to have an exercise.
They're going to do the exercise first.
You're going to do an exercise, and then we're going to come back in and discuss it. So take a pee. Put a do not disturb on your
office door or whatever.
Wherever you are, dude. Get off of Instagram. There's nothing on Instagram for you right now. Okay? Instagram could cost you $10 million watching that bullshit right now. Okay, turn your TV off, tell the kids to leave you alone, or bring your kids in and have them watch it. And any questions that you have, you can always throw in the chat. Please keep the room positive, okay? What do you need to know? What do you need to know? What do you need to learn, okay?
Well, I've got some data on that.
Because let me just say this, while you guys, if you're being critical while you're watching, you're not going to learn anything. Oh my God, I wish he would talk. I wish he wouldn't talk so fast. Okay, if you'd quit thinking about how fast I talk, you might be picking up what I'm actually saying to you, okay? You're not going to get it all the first time. Let's keep it real. It's impossible. You cannot get 35 years of information in 3 or 4 hours. But I'm going to start building a foundation for you. And I'm just saying, as a student, when you're being a student, don't be critical. You cannot be critical and learn at the same time. You're basically pushing out no, okay, and trying to receive something. You can't do that. It's impossible to do that. So just stay open. Trust a little bit that I will come back and cover the thing that you might have missed or you didn't quite get.
Yeah, so 35% of the audience today are actively investing in real estate outside of their primary residence. So
Wow.
they already have a unit or 2 or 3 outside of their primary residence. So that's 35%. 66% are here because they want to get an overall education on sort of the entire deal process. The number one topic outside of that is sourcing and finding deals.
Okay, good.
Then raising capital, securing debt, scaling a portfolio, and then managing
Great.
the property.
Great. Okay, so now should I close CoStar on this one, on this open one that we were having trouble finding it on?
You can, yeah. It's just it's a problem with Google right now.
Yeah, okay. And then...
You want me to put that back?
Got it. No, I got it.
Okay, cool.
I got it. And then one other thing I wanted to say before we get started here. And I forgot what it was. Oh, yeah, I know what it was. Primary residence. That's not what we're talking about today. Where you live is not an investment. I don't know how to tell you that. When you invest in something, it should pay you. When you buy something, you pay for it. Okay, buying a car is not an investment. It is something you pay to have, like a purse, tennis shoes, clothes, food. Food is something you use. Do you need a car? Yeah. Do you need food? Yeah. Do you need a place to live? Of course. But don't call it an investment. I mean, I could call food an investment in myself, I guess, right? But like keep it real. Having fun would then be an investment because I need to have fun too every once in a while. But where you live is not an investment. It is something you pay for every month. The investments we're talking about today are you invest money or time or energy or raise money, and then it pays you to make that decision to do that. That's an investment that we're talking about, and that's what we want to show you, okay? All right, the audience is saying the video is great and the audio is great. That's awesome to hear that, by the way. I love to hear that, okay? All right, sourcing deals. Jared brought this up. I'm going to show you a number of pieces of technology today. Here's one right here. We pay $150,000 a year. I don't think I'm exaggerating on that. I think this is about $500 a market. We have the whole country. And we paid this company about $150,000 to find these deals. If I wanted to get this down to Nova Scotia and only look at multifamily in Nova Scotia, there's 3 deals in Halifax right now. 26 units. Their dormitory, built 1970. I'll have every piece of data about this property, by the way. Who bought it, when they bought it, what they owe on it, what it traded for last time, like everything, who the owner is and how to contact him, okay? Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, there's a 20,000 square feet. It's $1 million, 20,000 square feet. That's got to be 20 units. It doesn't say how many units. That's a deal right there. How do I know it's a deal? Because I have enough data.
Based on the unit size, based on the sales price.
Yeah. 9 units for 1.3 million, it's 146,000. This deal would work too. Those rents are going to be $1,500 a month. You're going to make 8% on your money. I know that. Now, I consider myself an 8.5. So any of you that are smarter than an 8.5 on this, you should have access to this data. You would have to have access to this data to even be considered a 6. If you don't have access to the data, you don't have a deal. If you don't have a deal, there's nothing to talk about. Most important thing in real estate is the deal. Nothing matters more than the deal. It is the deal that is senior. It is the God of real estate. Who's got the deal? Where is the deal? What is the deal? Okay? That deal will always have an address, okay? Let's go to Bangor, Maine, where they talk funny, okay? Here's a deal right here, $80,000 a unit, 3 units. Guarantee you that's a deal. Those rents are going to be $850 a month. You're going to make 7 or 8% on your money. You're going to rehab this asset, probably get the rents to $1,100. Okay, when you get the rents to $1,100, let me just show you. We have a deal analyzer. We're going to be showing you some of these tools today. Let's see, what did I say? 8 units. Okay, let's say I raise the rents $200 and I keep it occupied. I just made myself $320,000. How do they get the instant value calculator?
We'll give it to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a calculator. Like, I know this stuff in my mind. I know how to work this out in my mind. If I take 8 units times $200 times 12 divided by 0.06, it's $320,000. Takes me about 12 seconds to do that. We created an app so you can actually have an instant real estate increased value calculator. Okay. Basically, it suggests assume the value of the property is what it is worth. Now, how do I improve the value of it and force appreciation into the asset? Go to page 2. Let's go to page 2 and talk about how to get your full attention. Okay, page 2 of your workbook. 7 reasons you should be doing real estate right now. Number one biggest reason is we are in what I believe is the greatest correction of our lifetime. Correction is underway, fully underway. It's happening right now. Just to validate that, we bought in the last, since this year, since the end of last year, we bought almost $450 million worth of real estate in
6 months.
6 months, 7 months. So I can give you the addresses. I can validate it. You can go online right now. Grant Cardone buys Fort Lauderdale. Let's see what comes up. Real estate mogul closes. Here it is right here. Johnny, I don't know if you're showing that. Real estate mogul, this is dated May 16th. That's less than a month ago. Closes largest all-cash multifamily deal this year. Now, 382 units, Class A property, downtown Fort Lauderdale. You can read it all right here. It's online, right? Now, that's very important. Why? Because real estate is not a place you can get ripped off. Not easily, anyway. I guess you could get ripped off. But it's not like one of these crypto scams where Sabrina Cardone said you should buy crypto, okay? You guys, if any of you guys out there see my daughter on Instagram, okay?
Or Facebook or Telegram or WhatsApp.
Yeah, my daughter is not selling crypto, okay? Like somebody called me the other day, I got ripped off of $3,500 from your daughter. I said, no, you got ripped off because you're an idiot. They didn't do any due diligence in addition to just calling our office. By the way, the number at our office is 310. Anytime today you want to call somebody and ask a question, or maybe you want more support, or you want to join our club, or you want to become part of our mentorship or whatever, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. I have 260 employees here. You got a question, you need something, call us, okay? Before you invest money, do your due diligence. And this is part of the due diligence, is validating what people tell you to be a reality. Okay, number one, page 2, correction is underway. Number 2, we have new regulations right now. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac came out with some new regulations to encourage you to buy a certain type of asset. And we'll be talking about why today and exactly what that asset is and where to find it. Number 3, this is called DSCR, or you'll also hear DCR typically used to describe what's called DSCR. Okay, it's a debt coverage ratio. And the debt coverage ratio basically suggests that in real estate, if you have, let's say, $100,000 worth of debt, your principal and interest on a loan, again, we're not talking about your house. There is no DSCR on a house because you are responsible for the loan. In investment real estate, the DCR, or the DS, debt service coverage ratio, needs to be about 120, unless you got bad credit, and then it's going to go to 145, is a percentage. This is a percentage of that number, okay? So at 120, I need $120,000 worth of NOI, okay? This is a law. I need $120,000 worth of NOI to support the property taking $100,000 worth of principal and interest debt. Now, what's cool is that ruling is now removed with these new Fannie Mae regulations, meaning you don't have to hit that in order to get a loan on a 4-unit deal, okay, which is unbelievable. Okay, number 4, there is a glut of inventory coming. There will be a glut so big. Okay, the more inventory, the more opportunities. And it's here. And there's going to be a glut of single-family homes. Now, like if it's, let's say it's Miami. Okay, Miami's going to have a glut. They're just not going to. What's the word? Tap out. They're not going to. The sellers here are not going to give their stuff away. And the reason why is because there's nothing to build here. There could be a glut of inventory, but if there's nothing to build, by the way, there can be a glut of inventory of a bunch of unwanted stuff. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of unwanted houses in America. There's 4 million, we're short 4 to 5 million homes in America. But if you added the number of houses that are not desirable, the number's probably more like 20 to 25 million, maybe $30 million, 30 million homes in America that nobody even wants. Okay, number 5, Biden wants to do a $25,000 credit.
He said 10 on the debate, but it's 25,000.
He said 5,000. He said 10,000. He said 25,000. He said only for black people. Like like he says a lot of stuff, but we know that there's a credit out there being given. Now, this is not the reason to buy the real estate. You guys should be buying real estate where you get paid. You don't need a credit, dude. You get paid. You want a credit or you want to be paid? You want to get rich and make $1 million bucks, or do you want a credit from the government? Don't chase the government credits. Chase the $1 million of profit, and I'll show you how to get it today. All right? Number 6, interest rates are moving. Now, a lot of people think that rates right now are at 7%, a little higher than that. And I believe that if they get down to 4 again, you will have prices come down, not go up. Okay, now a lot of people believe that prices will go up if interest rates go down. Actually, it's not true. If you go back through history and if you studied for the last, let's just take 100 years, okay? Anytime interest rates went up, prices also went up. Okay, interest rates do not control pricing on houses. Interest rates stop people from borrowing money and it slows down activity. And when the activity slows down, this is called supply and demand. When supply and demand, goes down and demand is up, okay, then guess what? Prices go up. When supply goes down and demand goes down, nothing happens. There's just no trading of the asset class.
It's like an equilibrium.
Yeah, exactly.
They cancel each other out. Yeah.
But what happens is interest rates are 7% right now, right? If they go to 6%, you know who's buying most of the homes right now? People that don't need interest rates. So the homes are being consumed right now by institutions. They're talking about passing trying to pass regulation that won't allow institutions to buy homes. The institutions are buying homes because you guys aren't. They're buying single-family homes at scale. There's a deal right now with KKR. KKR is buying 5,000 homes, single-family homes, from one seller that has a portfolio of homes.
BlackRock owns 3% of single-family homes across the United States.
Yeah. Now you guys can't buy 10,000 homes or 100 or even 40. You can't even put 20 together. But you could buy one property with 20 units. That's much easier to do, by the way.
There's 16 million vacant homes in the United States right now.
15 million.
16 million.
16 million vacant homes in America today.
Which would classify as the undesirable.
It's the undesirable home. It's your grandmother that has it paid for. There's an old house sitting there. They're paying property taxes every year, and it's just becoming less and less desirable every year, okay? Number 7, there's a lack of yield, dividend yield available in the world, and this asset class provides that to investors. This is going to become very important later when I show you guys how to raise money beyond the amount of money that you have, all right? Okay, and I know a little bit about that because we have raised some money. Go to page 3 of the workbook, and it talks about the new regulations for Fannie Mae for you to require. By the way, you don't need good credit to do this, okay? You want to make a note on page 3. New Fannie Mae regulations. This is the ruling. 2, 3, and 4 units. You qualify for a 5% down payment. Property's $400,000. It does not have to be your money, by the way. There's nothing in the ruling that says this needs to be your $20,000. With $20,000 down, okay, you can get a loan for $380,000 on that deal. Oops. The regulations suggest that you need to live in the property within 60 days of closing, and you need to live there for 12 months and rent the other 3 units out. Number 3, it says you can get a maximum loan of $1.4 million. Actually, it's $1,396,800. I don't know who came up with that. I'm like, why don't you guys just say $1.4 million and get it over with? Like, this is so stupid, dude. Throw in another $13,200. You gave $50 billion to Ukraine. Just round up to $1.4 million and everything will be fine. And number 4, FHA rule 75% of your rental income must exceed the mortgage has been eliminated. I referred to this DCR ruling earlier. That's what that is. It's called FHA Rule 75, okay? Basically, you do not need to exceed the mortgage. That was eliminated. Now, you're like, okay, that's cool, bro, but how can I find a 4-unit deal for $400,000 in this country? Let me just see. I'm going to go in here to
Should be on that tab. There you go.
See this one right here? Okay. Let me see here. All right, let's see. I'm going to go in here, sort, filter. I'm going to go filter. I'm going to put in 4 units, multifamily. Property size, average unit size. Where's my unit? My unit selection, Jared. Let me see here.
Average unit size, unit mix.
Rent type.
Scroll up. Number of units.
Oh, missed it. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go 0. No, we got
4 to 4 or 0 to 4?
Let's go 4 to 4. Let's go 4 to 4. Now, anything above 4 is considered a commercial activity. Okay, so anytime you hear Fannie Mae, this Fannie Mae thing is limited to 4 units. I'm going to show you how to do it on 4 units, but I'm going to also tell you that it would actually be easier to do it on 44 units than 4 units. Just keep that in mind. Okay, I'm done here, and let's see what we got. Okay, that's just in the Northeast. Now, if you're like, I got to be in Bangor, man. I got to be in Bangor, man. I got to be in Bangor. Okay, well, okay. Clearly, you're not committed to creating wealth invested in real estate. If you're like, I got to be in Savannah, Georgia, because I live in Savannah and my mom's here and I got to invest in Savannah. Dude, I just want to get rich. Like if I need to move my money, move my time, move my energy, move my feet, how many of you are willing to go to a different market if you could get rich there faster? Yeah, a few people, all right? So these are all the 4 unit deals in America. Make a note here. 1/2 of the entire inventory of housing available in America is 4 units and below. 1/2 of it, about 48 million units in America. So there's no shortage of this stuff. Now, let's just go, I'm going to go low to high. How low can you go? Can I go sale price? Yeah. Let's go low to high. Okay. Will it sort for me like that? Let me see.
Yeah, I think you just got to get past the top few, which are probably paid.
Oh, there. Those are paid. Yeah. Yeah. Auction. Okay. Here is Philadelphia. 4 units. Doesn't have a price.
Scroll down. They're just. It's
Yeah, those are all unpriced.
Non-disclosed price on the
Yeah.
beginning. Under
Okay.
contract. Keep going.
I can show you how to price all these here in a second. I'm just trying to find one to show you guys the possibility here.
There's probably going to be a lot that have no price.
Yeah.
Go to page like 4.
I mean, there's how many pages we got here? Okay, here's the deal right here. Youngstown, Ohio, for sale, $195,000. Now I just told you the goal here was there's a $400,000 deal with 20,000 down. You could buy that deal. I didn't find you a $400,000 deal. I randomly found you a $200,000, $195,000. Here's $195,000. Here's one at $199,000, $50,000 a unit. This is in Bloomington, Illinois. Look at this. Look at this little house, man. You guys could buy that. You can buy that for $10,000 down. Okay, this is how this deal would work. This deal's $200,000. You can put $10,000 down. You'll get a loan for $190,000. Is there anybody there? Anybody in our rooms that is from
Ohio?
Yeah.
Anybody in Ohio in the chat? Go ahead and put if you're in Ohio, put it in the chat.
This loan's going to cost $16,000 a year.
It was Illinois. Sorry, Illinois.
Illinois, sorry.
Illinois.
I'm going to assume these rents are $1,000. Yeah, I am from Illinois. Hey, Rajesh, what would the rents be on this house?
Oh, I would say 1,200 to 1,500.
How much?
Around 1,500.
Okay, I'm going to do $1,000. $1,000 times 4 times 12. It's $48,000 a year. That's my rent, okay? Check it out. I'm going to say my expenses on this deal are $10,000 a year. My debt's going to be $16,000 a year, and I'm going to make $22,000 a year on this house. How much should I put down? $10,000. I made 100% on my money. I'm sorry, 200% on my money in year one. I put 10 grand down and I made 20,000. Now you guys, this is a random search, no preparation. I just randomly looked at a map. Okay, now you're like, oh, it's not going to rent for $1,000. Okay, whatever. I don't know what to tell you. Like, fix it. Fix it, paint it, make it better, make it happy, call it something different, or don't buy this one. Okay, just go down the page and keep looking. Now, this deal right here in Plentywood, Montana, it's $50,000 a unit. I don't know if I'm buying that one. Looks pretty skanky. I don't think I can make it better, okay? Rockford, Illinois. There's a 13.9 cap. They want $200,000. $200,000. It's a 14 cap. What does that mean? It's a 14 cap. It means the NOI on the deal is $28,000 a year. That's the NOI. I already know what the NOI is. Okay? Cap rate means it's telling me the percentage of the price and the return on that asset. So watch what happens. 200 grand, it's a 14 cap. That's what it says. Cap rate means that's going to be the NOI on the deal. 14% times 200 grand is $28,000. Now, if I borrow $190,000 times 0.0825, it's 7%. The debt is $15,600, and I'm making basically $13,000 on my $10,000 down payment. That is a 130% return on my investment.
In year one.
In year one. Okay. Oh, but you got to live in one of them. Yes, that's what Fannie Mae says. It says you need to move in within 60 days and live there. Okay. So I move in and I live there. And I let Jared live with me in my unit. And Jared lives there in the unit more often than I do. Okay. Because Fannie Mae doesn't come check to see if I'm in the bed. So Jared is actually paying the rent, the $1,000, because I put the deal together, and I made a deal with Jared. You sleep here, and you pay the rent, and I'll do something special for you. I don't know what that is, okay? And then I get to go about my life, dude, and I'm making $10,000. Who can't do this? Now watch what happens. If I raise the rents because I actually make the place nice and maybe go to Costco or Home Depot and fix up the refrigerators and put in a washer and dryer or paint the place or plant some trees up front or over the period of 12 months while I'm there, just make it a little better, and the rents only go up $200 a month, which is not hard to do today because there's a shortage of places to rent, and the rents go from $1,000 a month to $1,200 a month. What do I make? You just take 200 times 4 units times 12, and that's going to tell you how much more money you're going to make. That's called
9,600. I'm sorry, yeah.
And divide that by like 6, and you just made $160,000 of new value on the property. Okay? You take 4 times 200 times 12 and divide that by like 0.06. What number did y'all come up with? Double check my math here. If I do it in my calculator right here, 4 units, watch how fast this is. What number did I come up with? It's called Grant Cardone's Instant Real Estate Increased Value Calculator. 4 units times 200. For you guys that are bad at math, we created this for you. 100% occupied. Easy to keep 100% occupied on a 4-unit deal. Okay, divided by a cap rate of 6, it's $160,000. Let's say it's a terrible market and the cap rate goes up to 8. It's $120,000. I just made 120 grand, and I only put $10,000 in the property. And on the weekends, I fixed up the refrigerators and painted it and the kitchens and threw some landscape.
So you think about that if you did one deal, because if you had to live there for 12 months, let's just say,
yeah,
and you did one deal every year for 5 years, you'd have, what's that, $65,000 a year in income. Plus, if you did the rent bump on each of the units, you'd have 135 times, so that'd be $650,000 in appreciation. So over the course of 5 years, you'd have $300,000 in change in cash flow, plus $650,000 in appreciated value. So basically, in 5 years, doing deals like this, you could end up being worth $1 million.
Yeah, I did one deal. I'm making $13,000 on my $10,000, so I got my money back. Got my money back in 1 year. And now I own 4 units, and I move out. I don't live there, and Jared doesn't live there anymore. The rents now are not $1,000 anymore; they're $1,200 a month, which increased the value of the property to the next guy by $160,000. I could actually go get a loan on this thing the next year, pay off the first loan, get the second loan, and pull money out of the deal. I could probably pull $100,000 out of this deal and still own the asset, and it still cash flows. And what Jared's saying is go buy a second one, and then a third one, and then a fourth one, and a fifth one. But you guys cannot do this if you don't know what to look for, don't know the math, don't know how to get a loan, don't know the language, and you're not committed. If you're not committed to doing this, you're never going to find the deals. Also, if you have all your money invested in a single family home where you live, you're not going to do it either, because you guys are too busy trying to fix your bedroom rather than fixing somebody else's bedroom, and be a business person rather than an owner, which you never are an owner, by the way. You actually don't ever own your own. Okay, Fannie Mae regulations is where I was. Okay, number one. Did I get through this? Yeah, there's your 4 things, the 4 points. Okay, $1.4 million, 5% down, 2 to 3, 4 units. When you go to 40 units, you end up with a problem, but I can show you how to solve that. You're still going to use Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, by the way, but now what we're going to do is raise money. Okay, like the first deal I ever did, the first real deal I ever did was 48 units. It was $1.9 million. It was 1.950, and he paid 5.1 to build it. This is called under replacement costs. Okay, this is a very, very important indicator. He paid $5 million. I paid 1.9. I didn't have any money to do the deal. I went to the lender. The lender said, "You need $350,000. We'll lend you $1.6 million." They would have lent me more than that, but it was my first deal. So they didn't have a lot of confidence in me yet. They had confidence in the deal, though. They said, "Look, you put $350,000 down." I went and borrowed $350,000 from MasterCard, American Express, Visa card, all the places everybody goes to. Brother, sister, mom, everybody I could go to put around the money up. I took some money out of my business. I took money out of my retirement account, and bang, basically I borrowed money from my retirement account. I was 31, 32 years old at the time. I had some money sitting in retirement. I went and borrowed against that, drug it out for like 90 days, and then put it back in later. I would sell this deal 37 months later. It paid 12% a year. It cash flowed, okay? It paid me 12% on the $350. I made $42,000 every year to own it. And at the 37-month mark, I sold it for $5.1 million. And I was stupid that I sold it. I sold it for what the guy paid to build it. The guy that bought it from me, by the way, would then later sell it for $15 million more than I sold it to him for. He made 3 times more money than I made. And everybody that's owned it since has made money on the property. Okay? That's how real estate works. Nobody has to lose money on these deals, particularly this kind of real estate. All right, let's go to page 4, and then we're going to get you to an exercise. Page 5. Why is real estate a better asset class? Number 1, why is it better than stocks? This is your choices. This is what you got to get clear on. What are you going to invest in? Cash. Many of you out there have cash sitting in an account, and you think because you have cash, you have cash. No, you don't. You actually don't even have the cash that you think you have. Number 4, IRAs. Many of you think your IRA is your IRA. No, it isn't. The government owns your IRA. You don't even know what percentage owner you are. You're a limited partner in your own retirement account. You guys understand your 401k, your IRA, you don't even know what percentage of that you own, because you don't know what the taxes are going to be when you go to retire. Number 4, 401k. Number 5, gold and silver. Awful investments. 6, crypto. Okay, great, man. I'd love to have a bunch of Bitcoin. I'd love to have like $10 million of BTC. It's going to go to $1 million one day, okay? But it doesn't cash flow today. And you could own your own business. Why is real estate better than these things? I'll show you why, okay? Number 1, it protects your capital. What does that mean, okay? It means if I go buy this 48 units, let's say I buy 4 units. I buy that 4 units in Bloomington, Illinois for $200,000, okay? Is the 200 grand with 4 people paying me $1,200 a month, is that property still gonna be there tomorrow?
Yeah.
That means as long as the payments are being made, I'm not gonna lose the asset, okay? It protects the capital. The $10,000 that I put down in the property, the 10,000's not gone, it's protected by 200. So unless the house disappears, and it'll be insured, that's why some people like fires, okay? They're like, hey, I get my 200 grand and I get to build a new house. Actually, you don't get the 200 grand, they build a new home, okay? Is my 10,000 protected? I have to lose 200 to lose my 10,000. So you're protecting your capital. Also, when you have money sitting in an account, is your money sitting in a cash account protected? Inflation erodes the value of your dollar. When inflation hits your dollar like it is today, what happens to the value of the real asset is it goes up. Okay, number 2, it provides you with cash flow. Remember, cash is going down. When cash goes down, the more inflation there is, the more that goes up. That's why housing went down and cash went up, because we printed so much money, it destroyed the purchasing power of the dollar. So real assets, gold, silver, stocks, Nvidia, Apple computer, houses, they went up in value, right? Now, if they built a bunch more homes, put a bunch more homes available in the United States tomorrow, if they just dropped in 40 million houses, guess what? Housing prices would go down. It's called supply and demand. When you print a bunch of money, what happens? Supply goes up, value goes down, okay? Cash does not provide cash flow. Crypto does not provide cash flow. Stocks typically do not provide cash flow. Silver and gold don't provide cash flow. This provides you with the most important thing in the world, which is dependable cash flow. Number 3, long-term appreciation. Every day you're seeing in the headlines, housing prices up 30%. Housing prices are going to go up way more than they are today, by the way. Rents are going to go up and prices are going to keep going up. If you guys think they're going down, you're wrong. They're going one way, they're going up. Number 4, tax write-offs. Real estate provides tax write-offs that no other asset class provide. Number 5.
The average price of a new home in 1965 was $21,000.
It's $439 today.
It's $511.
$511, okay?
Yeah.
It's 25x.
As of 23, yeah.
Now, your house went up 25 times. The apartments went up 250 times because I got the cash flow from the apartments, okay? You don't get cash flow from where you live. You just get appreciation. Also, number 4 is the tax write-offs are freaking unbelievable. For instance, when you buy a house today, you house owners out there, if you bought a house for $270,000, let's say the house was appraised for $270,000 and the lot that it's on is $50,000, and the house was $320,000. This gets depreciated over 27 years. Over 27 years, you can write off $10,000 every year as a deduction against your taxes, saying $10,000 every year is a write-off, okay? In apartments, if the building's $270,000 and the land is $50,000, you could probably write off $135,000 of this in year 1, because it's an income producing property and it comes with a bunch of depreciable items that you can accelerate and write off faster. so that any income that you earn, let's say this property earned you $12,000 a year in cash flow, this write-off would allow you to negate this earning so that this is tax-free. This is a write-off. It's not real. It's a piece of paper loss. And it allows you not to pay taxes on the $12,000. So for you guys that are hustling on a second job, by the way, 1/3 of Americans today are working a second job to produce income. Who really benefits from that is the government, not you. You go make $12,000 and the government takes $5,000 of it. With this investment, I earn $12,000. The government doesn't touch any of it because of my write-off. Number 5, leverage using good debt. Okay? When I can put down, when I buy a piece of property, it's $1 million piece of property, and it's going to cash flow $120,000 a year. And I can put $250,000 down. That's called good leverage. I'm using a quarter. I basically paid a quarter of the price and used somebody else's money, okay, and earned money, $120,000 of free cash flow on $250,000. I showed you a deal earlier. We put $10,000 down and earned 20 grand back the next year. Number 6, it protects against inflation. We talked about inflation earlier. Since 2020, I know this is going fast. We're going to do an exercise here in a second. If you had $1 million sitting in a bank account today, back in 2020, had a $1 million, today it would still say that it's $1 million. The deception is this. This is $1 million in 2020. Today, 2024, 4 years later, it will still say $1 million in your Citibank account. Okay? The truth is, this only buys $750,000 worth of goods and services now. It lost 25% of its purchasing power, not its value, okay? It still says 1 million. This is where David Copperfield pulls the little weenie on you, okay? It still says 1 million, but it only purchases 750,000. That's inflation, the invisible tax, okay? It's the true demon. Number 7, it's proven and tested over time. There is no asset class that anyone can come in here right now and tell me that produces the kind of returns, long-term cash flow, tax write-offs, long-term appreciation, protection, capital protection that real estate does. Now you could say Bitcoin went up more, you could say Nvidia went up more, and you're right on both of them, but you didn't get cash flow, you didn't get the tax write-off, you didn't get the long-term appreciation. And if you're retiring, if you're over 50 years old and you're planning on retiring in the next 10, 15, or 20 years, in 15 or 20 years, you will need cash flow. You will not need some lump sum. Number 8, easy to access debt, okay? This is the easiest asset class in the world to get a loan on. Even today, when it's hard to get a loan, this is still an easier asset to get a loan on, including a business. Number 9, it's easy to scale this asset. Scale means this, okay? And you want to make a note here. Most important number in real estate is the number of units. Single most important number in this game is the number of doors you have. The more doors you have, the more wealth you create. Okay? You can buy 1 unit, you could buy 4 units, you could buy 40 units, or you could buy
13,000 units.
84 units, or you could buy 15,000 units. Right? 1 unit, you can do that one time on your credit. Okay, you can't scale that. You cannot. Warren Buffett said if he could buy 10,000 homes, he would. Problem is 10,000 individual homes require 10,000 individual closings, require 10,000 property addresses, require 10,000 appraisals. You could buy 4 units, 1 appraisal, 1 loan. You could buy 40 units, 1 appraisal, 1 loan, 1 manager, and 1 time a month you collect the rents. This is much easier to do, by the way, than even this is. 84 units is easier than 40. And I'm not going to say 15,000 is easier, but 400 units is easier to buy than 40 units is. It just requires a network and some confidence.
And so
it does not require money, by the way.
So the big thing is you just have to shift from, do I want the easy entry point in one of these small deals, but then I'm going to be the one having to take phone calls, manage it, paint it, fix the fridge, do all these things, or do I want to have the other problem,
Yeah.
which is let me go find a deal and then go get a couple people to invest in the deal with me. So it's just you're shifting the problem you're having.
Just shifting the problem a little bit, but I can show you how to do all this. I've done all this. I've done 1 unit, 4 units. I've done 40 units. I've been involved in deals where there was 84 units, 400 units, and we have 15,000 units. And I can just tell you, if you can get to 15,000, it gets easier. The bigger you go, the easier it gets. But it does require you to know something. Okay, look, if you're going to go buy a single family home, it requires you to know something. If you're going to stay in the middle class in America, it requires you to know something. If you're going to just get by every month, it requires you to know where to get shit the cheapest. Now you got to manage money every month. Now you got to worry all the time. Either way, there's no way not to know something. Okay, number 10. This asset class is extremely difficult to disrupt. Meaning, Amazon probably is not going to replace. Let me just show you a deal I'm looking at right now. Let's see, where's that deal at? See, this deal is in Houston, Texas right now. I don't see Amazon replacing this anytime soon. This is a Memorial. Location's ridiculous. JP Morgan owns this. It's for sale right now. They're going to lose money on it. Location's crazy. It's 96 or 97% occupied. I just don't see anybody getting rid of this asset. It's got a beautiful pool, beautiful property. Location's crazy. Like how do you get rid of that asset? So it's not easy to disrupt it.
Guys, there's a lot of great questions in the chat. We'll do Q&A. If you just want to take and note all the questions that you have on a sheet of paper, at the end of the day, we'll do a bunch of Q&A.
Yeah, and then exercise. Now we're going to do an exercise, okay? You go to page 7? 8, page 8. Okay, I just gave you a bunch of data. Now what we're going to see is how much of it's stuck. Go to page 8. Check all that apply for each asset class. This is for you to do. You should be looking at this page right now in your book. Cash, stocks, crypto, gold, and your home. Your home means where you live. Okay, and you're going to basically put a check mark in the box if that asset provides those things. And then the next page, you're going to do how much do you have invested in each of these assets?
Yep.
And then number 3, what is your biggest takeaway? 4, what decisions have you made just based off the first hour? And then number 5, how many of your current assets actually cash flow each month?
So we're going to take 10 minutes now, guys. Go ahead. Let's do 8 minutes. We'll do 8 minutes, figure out the answers to these exercises. Make sure you do them. When we come back, we're going to put you into breakout groups. This is one of the really cool things that we do a part of this interactive event is we're going to put you into breakout groups with 5 to 7 people, and you're going to get to meet a bunch of people. Remember, Grant said that part of real estate is the network and the community that you get connected to, people in different markets with different experience, people that can bring deals, people that can bring money, people that have access to debt or management or legal or tax or all these different things that you're going to need. So make sure that you guys take advantage of these breakouts as well. But right now, get into these exercises. We'll be back in 8 minutes and we'll give you instructions on what to do next.
Now I'm talking money, yeah. And I just feel like you got that for me, yeah. Another deal right before the morning, yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got one question, hold up 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially, Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up in J they say, homie, quit your 2Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that money calling. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money calling. So I gotta ask who got it.
Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone.
Okay, you talking premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it.
See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X move.
You know we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it.
Who got my money?
Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the center of the ring as we introduce the formidable boxer, Elena Cardone. Standing tall at an impressive 5'9" this powerhouse of strength and determination is about to grace us with her extraordinary 10X skill.
10X badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass. After what I want. Investing, not to float. Give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team. Family, you know I got the team up. Got my soldiers with me, Scarlett and Sabrina. Real estate, so you know we in the deal up. Room full of women, room full of big thinkers. Clydesdales pulling all the way together. Family forever, getting bigger, getting better. Gulfstream got us in the air with no feathers. ELE and they elevate with every letter. 10X everything, nothing's gonna stay the same. A boss and mama, wife, those the biggest roles to play. 10X women, and they here to change the game. Empower with my women, with my fiery flame. 10X badass. After what I want. Best enough to flow. I'ma give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team.
Building empires, breaking chains. Taking over, leaving trails of fire, no restraints. With every step I'm rising higher, no one can detain. I'm a force to be reckoned with, my legacy remains. Lady E on the beat. Oh, that's a banger. To be an amazing mommy and create your own economy. Now that's gangster. Walking in the chase every day like I'm a banker. When you see a boss babe, maybe you should thank her. The family is the fortune miscellaneous, no brainer. More than an entertainer, I'm a world changer. So remember my name, engraved in the stars. No boundary can hold me, I'm shattering these bars. Building empires, the ruler of the charts.
You know that I'm the queen of this game, you're the queen of hearts, and I'm a
Badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass, I'ma give you
what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. Telex badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt. Telex badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. Telex.
X ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy with Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from the top. 10X ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy with Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from the top. Heels on, lock strap, queen E on that. Billions in the bag, so I got a big bank. No fake, all facts, big check, no tax.
Ain't a rich and Millie, this 1,000 unit contract. Saying no to normal is my normal thing to do. Me, I'm building my empire, so you could build them too. What you own, I'm too strong, I'm 10X. My ladies rock it best, ladies rock it best. Building empires is in my DNA. Getting this money is in my DNA. This for the family is in my DNA. E-L-E-N-A, E-L-E-N-A. Ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy for Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from the top. Yeah, building empires is in my DNA. Getting this money is in my DNA. This for the family is in my DNA. E-L-E-N-A, E-L-E-N-A. Look who came through bustin' new choppers. Talking about the hammer and the helicopter. Tell me what's my manners, I was never proper. Be a gold digger, baby, want the best offer. She know how to hold on the fort. Babe, you gotta know your role. You know I be shooting for sport. Try not to get out of control. If you talking me and G, we going toe to toe. But if you get me in the ring, we going blow for blow. And trust me, you don't wanna box with me. Here to steal the show, it's called our robbery. Success is my duty, this is who I gotta be. Just know you can't spell Cardone without the E. Ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy for Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from
The queen must be the strongest, toughest, smartest, and most disciplined person in the empire.
All right, guys, so you should be through your exercise right now. We're going to move into breakout rooms. So you're going to get put in a room with 5 to 7 strangers, and they're only strangers until you meet them. And so when you guys get into these breakout rooms, I want you to introduce yourself. I want you to say the city that you're in, and then I want you to tell the group your number one takeaway that you got from this first section so far. So my name's Jared Glenn. I'm from Miami. And the number one takeaway I got from this was the size of the deal. The bigger it gets, the easier the deal is to do. I would have never thought that, whatever that thing is for you. But get connected with these people. Throughout the 2 days here, you're going to get connected with different people every single time you go into breakout groups so you can start building that network that Grant has been talking about is so important. We'll let the ladies go first. Try to keep these down to 60 seconds. Really tight. My name's Jared. I'm in Miami. This was my takeaway. We'll give you guys about 8 minutes to do your breakouts, and then we'll see you guys right back here, and we'll pick up the next section. And
Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money?
Yeah, the only thing is I can't like adjust my timer, you know? Like I can't mess with my timer. I can cut to all the shots that we need. And we're still streaming right now, but I just can't make an edit to this right here. So the software's up to date and everything, but I can't select my little options here on any of my shots actually. So there's a glitch here. We haven't dropped any frames. We're still streaming everywhere.
development of self. Now it's never ending well. They thought that he would lose from the cards he was dealt. The story of a warrior, 10x formula, 10 times stronger, feeling victorious. Grant Cardone, go hard or go. Motivating millions to accomplishing their goals. Raising people's self-esteem, had a dream, built a team. If you wanna make the cream, show the X and then you scream. Scream. Come on. Feeling so low, like there's nowhere to go. You got a feeling in your head, like it might be dead. I'm gonna tell you what you do. You gotta break down the wall that you build for yourself. You can't tear it down. 10x for the warrior, baby. 10x for the strong. 10x for the warrior, baby. 10 times bigger, 10 times real strong. 10x for the warrior, baby. 10x for the strong. 10x for the warrior, baby. 10 times bigger, 10 times real strong. You think you're running out of time? I'm gonna blow your mind. Problems aren't here to stay. Things can go your way. You gotta make it for yourself, and it's time to make it.
Okay, great. Good to have you guys back. So basically on page 8, what protects capital, provides cash flow, long-term appreciation, tax write-offs. Cash does not protect your capital.
The breakout rooms are not closing. They're not
It takes a minute.
Give them another 30 seconds here.
Okay?
Yeah, we just counted you in too soon. They're coming back.
Coming back. We coming back. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, people are listening to me right now, right? Hello?
All right, we got people back in.
Good, good.
Let's go.
Okay, so on page 8, as you're coming back into this room,
ya. Eso es lo que quiero ver, ¿no? Eso va a estar interesante.
We're good.
I did this drill when I was 31 years old to sit down and determine if I was going to create wealth in my life, where did I want to be invested? Because if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're doing. Like you cannot invest in everything and think that you're going to be an investor. Okay, you're going to be a dilettante. You're going to be dibbing and dabbing. I'm over here and I'm over there and I'm over. You do not. You want to make this note on page 8. Do not diversify to create wealth. To create real wealth, you don't diversify until you have wealth. You don't diversify in order to create it. The number of people, very, very successful people have stated this. Mark Cuban said you're an idiot to diversify. Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger said only people that don't know what they're doing diversify. Like it's basically the same thing without calling you an idiot. When you don't know what you're doing, then you start being told, okay, I should be in ETFs, I should be in mutual funds, I should be in stocks, I should have some bonds. No, you shouldn't. You should find something that works for you and your family long term and go hard. And the way I decided what I was going to be an investor in was what protects my capital. Okay, you can put an X next to cash. Stocks, long term, okay, you can check it off if you want to, but I mean, you're just being deceived by Wall Street because the truth is, if you would have invested in, what's the meat Beyond? Beyond Meats.
Beyond Meat, yeah.
Beyond Meats. That stock was at $267. Today it trades at $6. I can show you an endless list of stocks that have been moved off the S&P 500 because so much money has been lost. Okay, so like you lost your capital there. Crypto, okay? Crypto, Bitcoin has 70% swings. If you'd have been in there since $500, you'd be just gushing. So you could say, yeah, it protects my capital. I put a check mark there. Gold protects my capital. Okay, my home, yeah, protects my capital. Good, provides cash flow. No to cash, no to stocks, no to crypto, no to gold, boom, no to my home. Okay, a home does not protect or provide cash flow. Long-term appreciation. Cash, nope. X, stocks, yes. Crypto, yes. Gold, yes. Home, yes. Tax write-offs, no to cash, no to stocks, no to crypto, no to gold, and tiny, give it a little baby check mark. Good debt, no to cash, no to stocks, no to crypto, no to gold, no to home. Yeah. Protects you against inflation, yes, no to cash. Okay, I'll give a check mark on stocks. Crypto, yes. Gold, yes. Home, yes. Proven and tested over time. Cash, it's been proven to be a loser.
Yeah.
Period. End of story. You are not saving cash. Okay, make a note on this page. It is impossible to save cash. There's no such thing as saving cash. When you save cash, you lose cash. It's called inflation. Stocks, proven and tested, okay? Crypto, yes. Gold, yes. Home, yes. Easy to finance. Cash, no. You can't finance cash. Stocks, no. Crypto, no. Gold, no. Home. Okay, I'll give you a check mark if you think that that's good debt. It's not. Easy to scale. Cash, no. Stocks, no. Crypto, no. Gold, no. Home, no. Hard to disrupt. Cash, easy to disrupt. You're never going to replace the US dollar. It's just going to keep going down in value. Okay, stocks, hard to disrupt. Probably. I'll give it a check mark. Crypto, yes. Gold, yes. Home, no. A home is not easy to disrupt. It's being disrupted now. People do not want to own a home anymore. It's losing its attraction and shiny. Okay? Liquid. Is it liquid? Is cash liquid? Sure, it's liquid. Yeah, you can get it right now today. Stocks, liquid, yes. Crypto, most liquid asset on planet Earth is crypto. Gold, not really. It's very, very hard to get your gold converted back to cash, okay? You'd have to get it qualified. And a home, very difficult. Now, if I put multifamily in there, multifamily, 4 units, 3 units, 2 units, 40 units, 400 units, dude, it will hit every check mark on that page, and that's how I started investing in multifamily 15,000 units ago. Keep in mind, this is how it worked for me, and this is how it's going to work for you. I'm just going to tell you guys what your little playbook's going to be right here. Okay, I bought 1 unit. I put $3,500 down, and I bought a $78,000 house. And I put a renter in it, made $200 a month. I bought a second house. It was $92,000. I bought it with no money down. Oh, sorry, let me do it the other way. Oops. No money down. It was $92,000. That's called good leverage. This cash flowed and this cash flowed. Third deal I did, 48 units. Sorry. I put $350,000 down. Where did I get the money from? I borrowed it from friends, relatives, Visa card, MasterCard, and my retirement account, and it was $1.9 million. Okay? What was the best deal I ever did? Right here, of these 3 deals, the best deal was this deal. Now, Jared made a note to me made a comment to me at the break. Last year, 23, I bought 1 deal. This year, I bought 5 deals already. Last year, I couldn't find deals. I couldn't get a deal done. Last year, because we raised money to do our deals, the 1 deal, we raised 100% of the money, and I raised more money than that, but I couldn't place the money because I couldn't find the deals. This year, I bought almost $500 million worth of deals, raised the entire amount of money for the $500 million, paid cash for all of them, not even used debt on the deals. Why? Because the correction is here. If the correction is here, do you want to spend your time on 1 deal with $3,500 down and it's 78 grand? Or do you want to go find this deal right here and figure out how to raise this money? This deal made me a millionaire, by the way. This is the first time I became a millionaire. I'd been working for 15 years. 15 years. Since I was 18 years old, and I never made $1 million combined in the 15 years, and I did 1 deal, 1 time, in 1990, what was that, 6 or 7? Savings and loan crash, okay? There's been 4 major corrections in housing. Savings and loan, 2000 internet bust, 2008, and now this one. We're in it. This is going to be a major, major correction, folks. Okay? You got to decide now when you leave here, hey, am I going to go buy a house? Okay, and live in it? Okay, maybe you're going to get a good deal in a house. You're never going to become a millionaire because of the house you buy. So all I'm pleading with you to understand is you have to decide today to become an expert in this class. You have about 18 months between now and about 2025. What are we in, 24? Yeah, mid 25, after the next election. You're going to have about 16 to 18 month runway to buy real estate, and this window will close again. And the money is going to be made in the next 18 to 24 months on the outside. And then you have an asset class that could change your family's life forever. And I always say, man, I would rather suffer for 3 or 4 or 5 years so that I could set up my next 50 years, rather than be rewarded for the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. So in 2012, what had happened in 2012?
It was 98.
In 1998. In 1998, there was a savings and loan. There were 600 banks that went out of business.
My mom worked for Home Federal Savings. She was a VP there, and she got laid off.
Good, she got laid off. 600 banks went out of business. You could not get a loan on a property. That's when you buy, okay? There has to be a debt problem for there to be a housing correction or a real estate correction, always. Every one of these I'll show you. In 2000, boom, there was the internet bust. Liquidity got sucked out of the system overnight, and because of that, the banks wouldn't touch anything. There was a correction right here, okay? Big correction. 2008, everybody knows what happened in 2008. Everybody, their mama, their brother, their daddy, their sister, the uncle, the aunt, the pizza guy, the stripper, everybody was buying 2 and 3 and 4 homes with no money down. Guess what happens? Major correction. I bought a deal in 2012 for $58 million. That piece of real estate's worth $250 million today. Okay, it went up 5 times, and I only put $15 million down to buy it. You're like, well, you're so great, you put $15 million down, but who's got $15 million? I borrowed the money, and you could have borrowed the money. You could have borrowed the money on this deal. You could have gotten this deal. Anybody in America that knew about this deal could have gotten this deal, because this is how real estate works. Real estate works not because of you, it works because of the deal. 80% of real estate is not about how smart you are, how good you look, whether you're male, female, white, brown, or black. It doesn't matter, dude. It's the deal. They're not looking at you anymore. They're looking at the deal. You're a public speaker. You're going to go on stage. Everybody's looking at you. You better say something great here. In real estate, they're looking at the deal. For instance, on the break, somebody said, could you find a deal where you grew up? Okay, I went to CoStar and I put in Lake Charles, Louisiana. It's the deal, folks. I grew up in Lake Charles, okay? My cousins still live in Lake Charles. My cousin works for the mayor. I just texted him and said, do you know about the deal called 2400 Fruge Street, the Oaks apartment? It was bought in 2021. What was happening in 2021?
COVID.
COVID was happening, man, the pandemic. Okay, look at this. This guy goes out and buys 56 units in Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is rent control property, okay? And he paid $1,052,000. I know everything about this deal. It's for sale right now, by the way. He wants to sell it for $3 million today. $3 million is $65,000 a unit. The rents are $700. Okay, this hits what's called the 1% rule. If you collect the rent is 1% of what the unit price is, this is per unit, it would suggest that you would have a good, very, very positive, probably 7, 8, 9% cash flow deal. But because I have all the data and I'm sharing that with you guys just need the deal and you need a network. You need people around you that you could fund this deal with. So because I have a network, I called my cousin. Hey man, do you know about this deal on Fruge? He hadn't called me back yet, but he will. And then we'll actually work the deal from long distance. I need the data. I need a commitment. I need to know what I'm looking for. I need to know some basic math. I know where Lake Charles is. Bang. Is there a deal here? I don't need to build it. I'm not going to build this asset. Somebody else built it. Somebody's already rehabbed it, by the way. $69,000 a unit is what it's going to sell for. They bought it for $18,000 a unit, man. Like, it don't matter where you live. If you could pay 18 grand a unit, you could live in Bangor, Maine, or You could live anywhere, but you could live in North Korea and buy this deal and say, I'm going to make money on this. The first mortgage on it, by the way, the mortgage on this deal right now is $2.2 million. So they want $3 million. Watch this. They want $3 million. So you guys are all worried about a loan? It has a loan on it right now. You could literally take over this loan if you could figure out how to raise the 800 grand. I probably don't even need 800. I probably could go to the seller and say, hey, lend me the 800. I'll give you 100. Lend me the other 7. I could probably buy this deal with $100,000. Put together 8 or 9 buddies of mine and say, we each put in 10,000. Jared puts in 10. Would you put 10 grand in this deal, Jared?
Yeah.
I could raise it right now. How many of you right now, if I could do this deal with 100 grand, you'd put $10,000 in with me? And the 10 of us would be a partner. Okay, there's Dave Robarts. He said, yep, I'm in. Mark, you guys don't even know the deal. Oh, yeah, I am showing you the deal. Look, I just raised the money for this deal. Okay, how many of you would put in $25,000?
Yep.
Put in $25,000 if you would do this deal. Now I only need 4 people to do the deal. Put in 25K. Okay, there's 4. I just raised the money for it. Okay, let's say I need 200 grand. How many of you would be willing to put it? 4 people would put in 50,000. Put a 50 in there. Put a 50. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom! I just raised 200 grand. Okay. Now you're like, yeah, Grant, you're you. Yeah, no, but I'm me with the deal. I'm just Grant without a deal. Okay. Go back to the deal, Johnny. Can you go show them the deal right here? Look at this deal. It's built. It's been permitted. It's approved. Look, Jared's even looking at it right now. Shit looks good, man. Red brick.
Look at that grass. Nice
look,
grass.
Look at this. Look at this. What is that? That's going to be a renter in there paying me $700 a month. Okay? The wood floors are in. It's already painted. The doors are done. The refrigerator's done. The bathroom is done. By the way, brand new toilet. They rehabbed it. They rehabbed the entire deal. Okay?
The seller was Lake Charles Affordable Housing.
Yes, it's an affordable housing deal. So guess who's paying you? The federal government. Joe Biden is paying you. So Joe, send me my check, man. Send me my check, Joe. Joe loves that, okay? So look at this. It's got myrtles in front of it. Okay? What's the point? You need a deal. Second thing you need is debt. Okay, you want to write this down. 5 things you have to have in a real estate deal. We'll be talking about this. This is the 5. Oh, is that where we're at? Perfect. God damn. 5 things you got to have in a deal. First, you got to find the asset. You cannot raise money without an asset. You can't get debt without an asset. You can't make money without an asset. 80% of this game is the deal. It is not the math. It is not the money. Okay, it is nothing but the deal. 80%, maybe 90%. The second thing is the debt. Now, this deal already has debt on it. I don't even have to go get a loan. All I got to do is sign the documents and assume the loan. Number 3, you got to raise the capital. In this situation, I believe I could get the seller to actually carry the difference between the sales price and the loan. Remember, the loan's 2.2. By the way, is this good debt? I'm assuming somebody else's loan. Who are they lending the money to? To the LLC, the Limited Liability Corporation that represents this Oak Tree Apartments. Okay? Place has already even got a name on it. I don't even need to put a name. Okay? I need to raise 800 grand from somebody. It could be the seller. It could be my friends. It could be my mom, my dad, my uncle, my aunt. Boom, we raised the money in this room. You guys understand? I could go buy this deal, assume this loan with your money, run it and manage it, and come up with a cut or a split. So what did I need? I need to find a deal to talk about, acquire the debt, I already have it. 3, I got to raise the capital. 4, I need a network. You're like, oh, you raised all that money that fast. Why? Because I have a network of people here. So one of the things we want to do is we want to create out of this today, we want to invite many of you to spend the next 12 months with us as a network of people that can look at deals together. And number 5, you need confidence. Now, why would I show you a deal in Lake Charles? Okay, because remember when I was showing you a deal in Bangor? I'm like, I don't know Bangor. So my confidence goes down. I don't know anything about Bangor. When I start talking to you about Lake Charles, I'm like, bro, I lived there for 31 years. Okay, I passed this property on my way to McNeese State University in LaGrange. See, I could talk about the local area. It's about refineries and casinos. There's a shortage of housing in this little town. The rents are $700 a month. So, and I know that's cheap in that market because my sister and my cousins still live there. You got to have confidence in the market that you're going to. I want you guys to earmark this page. These are the 5 most critical things in real estate. And number 1 is 80%. Number 2 is maybe 10%. And the other 3 are the other 10%. Okay? Now go to page 13. Page 13, this is the sequence in which you should work a deal. We do 4 meetups a year. By the way, for any of you that are interested, 4 times a year we meet up as a group of real estate investors, twice at the Turnberry Hotel right here in Miami, and then twice here in my classroom, and once or twice a year we actually meet up in Scottsdale. 6 times a year we meet up Scottsdale twice a year, here in Miami at our classroom twice a year, and then at the Turnberry Hotel just down the street from where I'm at right now, about 6 blocks. The number one thing that is missed in real estate is, and people don't even ask this question, what is the proper sequence? What is the sequence in which I should approach a deal? First thing is the deal. Most important thing is not the money, not your credit score, not your LLC, not your underwriting. Find the asset. Second thing is you contact the broker. For instance, I'm a practitioner, meaning I don't tell people what to do. I
show them.
Okay, let me just go back to this page, just because I'm here now and I'm collecting data. Okay, Johnny, just go to this. This is 625 Ryan Street. I don't know if you could see this well enough, Johnny. Can you blow up? Is that me?
Yeah,
I got
full screen.
Okay, you see that right there? They want $1 million a unit for that property. No, $300,000 a unit. I'm sorry. They want $10 million. I know that property. I've been in that building. They want $312,000 a unit. Remember the one I was looking at a few minutes ago on Fruge? What do they want for this unit? They want $69,000 a unit. Okay? So that gives me some comps in the marketplace. Just above it, right here, here's another deal. On 2100 Smith Road, 6 units. Let's see what this looks like. Look at this, brand new, 2019 bill. They want $533,000 a unit for this. This is in Lake Charles, Louisiana, man. This is crazy, okay? I should have just stayed there and bought all my real estate. Here's 16 units in Sulphur, Louisiana. I used to sell cars in Sulphur, Louisiana. They want $125,000 a unit. Here's a deal in Westlake, $130,000 a unit. Here's 15 units on Rhodes Street. For $1.5 million, it's $100,000 a unit. So all I'm telling you is you start collecting information and confidence about the market, but I would contact the broker. So once you see a deal, for instance, this deal right here, let's see if there's a broker to contact or somebody to talk to. Let me see, where am I looking for here? Let's see. Sales broker, NAI Ladder and Blum. True owners, Blake Miller, Festival LLC, individual, called John Cardone. See this little OM right here? Here's the broker. Broker's going to be on here. There he is right there. 225-295.
Hey.
John.
What's going on?
Hey, brother, do you know the Oaks Apartments?
Yeah, I just saw your text.
Yeah.
And I'm familiar with it a little bit. Not a lot, but I know where it's at.
Yeah, this guy's name is, it's affordable housing. Is that a good location?
It's okay.
$60,000 a door, bro.
Huh?
It's $60,000 a door.
Oh, wow. There you go.
You know a guy, you know a guy named Blake Miller?
Blake Miller.
Yeah, Festival LLC. No, you don't know him?
No, hold on a second. I'm writing it down.
Yeah. He bought it for $1 million, man. Like, goddamn, bro. What you should have told me about this deal. You live there. You got money just like. What you so rich you don't even have to worry about this stuff anymore. This guy paid $18,000 a unit and the rents are $650.
18,000 a unit.
Yeah, that's what he paid. But
And then he's selling it for 60 a unit?
no, he wants to sell it for $3 million. Yeah, he paid $1 million and he wants to sell it for $3 million. He's rehabbed the whole thing.
3.9, yeah.
How many units was it?
It's 56 units.
Blake Miller.
Yeah, man. Some guy named Blake
I'm gonna
Miller.
go by, I hadn't been by there in a while, so I mean,
Yeah.
I don't even know what they look like right now, but I will.
Yeah, okay. It's 17, man, maybe we buy this together.
17, what was it?
What's the address?
It's Fruge. Is that the Fruge?
It's Fruge Street or 1700 City Farm Drive or something. Or maybe that's
Fruge, I got it.
Fruge, yeah. And then it's NAI Ladder and Blum is the listing broker.
I know them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, man, let's buy something.
Yeah, I'm glad you're looking.
Yeah, let's buy something, brother.
Let's buy something.
Shit,
You never know.
let's buy the whole town, man.
You don't want me in with you, man.
Okay, man. Okay, check it out. Call me back when you know something. Okay, bye. Okay, so that's the deal. First you find a deal. Second thing is you make contact with someone. Now, I would call the broker right now.
But it's a Saturday, so they're probably not going to answer the phone.
Yeah, but I got to call him now, right? Because this is the proper order, right? So this is what you guys should do. Call 225-295-0800. Call 225-295-0800. This is the proper order that you're going to find a deal, contact. You do not do the underwriting.
Our office hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message.
I work on the weekends. Can you call me about your deal called the Oaks? Thank you, Grant Cardone. Okay, so these people are selling it. They should be buying it. Like you guys want to create wealth, man. This is going to be a weekend hustle.
What's the broker saying? They call them a broker?
Brokers. They're brokers because they're a broker than you. Okay. Contact the broker. Okay. 3, underwrite the deal. Now I'm going to underwrite the deal. How many units I have, Jared?
Here?
On that deal.
This one is.
What did I say?
2,400.
Everybody get a pen. 56 units. 56 units times $700 a month times 12 times 0.95. That's how you're going to underwrite the deal. That gives you the gross income of the property. 56 times 700 times 12 times 0.95. What does that say? What's that number? You always do your underwriting annually.
56 times 700 times 12 times 0.9.
456,000?
446,880.
Okay, $447,000. Okay, I'm not going to add any other income, even though there would be other income. Okay, fees, pet fees, blah blah blah. Okay, but don't worry about that right now. I'm not going to get all specific about it. I already did this is my total gross collected income called GI, gross income. Okay, I'm going to assume that I can operate this for about 35%. Okay. I'm gonna say, let's just say 40%. It's $160,000 in expenses. I'm making up that number. I have no idea, but I have an idea. The thing I'm most worried about of this property is the insurance, because Lake Charles gets hammered.
That's it's basically $270K.
$270,000. Okay, I'm rounding down. Okay, now if I divide that number by the asking price, I'm gonna get what's called the cap rate. 270 divided by 3 million.
6.9.
It's a 6.9 cap, okay? Which means I can earn 7% on my money by investing in this deal. I'm probably going to earn a little more than that. What does the 95 mean? Great question, okay? The 95 means the occupancy, even though this thing's occupied probably by the U.S. government and guaranteed 100% income every month. So I'm probably not even collecting rents anymore. I'm collecting a government rent. I've never done that business. I collect rents from 15,000 people, but collecting a check from the U.S. government is not a difficult thing to do. They're never going to go busted. Grants formula, please. Okay, this is called my underwriting formula. 56 units.
We'll go over it.
Times the rent, times 12 months, never 1 month, times the occupancy, 95. And then I'm going to divide by the cap rate, okay? So I'm going to underwrite the deal. So the reason I'm underwriting this deal right now is, I got interest. I'm not going to pay a 7 cap. I don't need to. I'm going to pay somewhere between, I already know what I'm going to pay. I'm going to pay somewhere between $3 million and the $2.2 million he owes. And I know that to be true because he only paid, what did he pay for the deal? What did we say?
$1,052,000.
He paid $1,052,000.
And it's listed for 3.9.
And it's listed for 3.9, okay? So I'm going to pay somewhere between this 1.052 and this 3.9. So I'm not really worried about price. Price is not my concern at this point. Find the deal, contact somebody, 2, 3, underwrite the deal, make an offer, okay? I'll make an offer. I might write him an offer and say, hey, I'll pay you, I'll write you a check for $800,000 and close the difference between $3 million. I wouldn't even ask price it. I'd be just like, I'll pay you $800,000. I'll give you $800,000 and I'll assume your loan and start the negotiations, okay? I would send him a written offer, LOI. By the way, the LOI is in our resource book. You guys that get an opportunity to get our resource book, the profit, the underwriting, the rent rolls, the due diligence check, the LOI.
Sample lease agreements,
sample lease
notices, due diligence checklists.
Like everything you're going to need to know to actually make this an official deal, including the purchase and sale agreement. Number 5, I'm going to get debt quotes. In this case, I already got debt. I don't need a debt quote. I already got a loan on the deal. Okay. Number 6, raise equity. I'm going to start talking to my audience. Hey, would you guys put money in this deal? I get my cousin on the phone. Why don't we buy this together? Notice everybody I talk to. Hey, would you put some money in this deal? Number 7, close the deal. Once I underwrite it, raise the equity, then I'm going to close the deal. I have probably, make a note here, I probably have somewhere between 60 and 90 days to close this deal. With the government, that's probably going to be extended. If the government's involved in a transaction, it's going to be pushed out. Number 8, manage the asset. Now I take over the asset, go into it, call it the 10X Oaks, change the name of it, plant some trees, remove some trash, do whatever I got to do to manage the asset. Then I'm going to raise the rents. If I can raise the rents. Now check this out. This is called our instant real estate increase value calculator. Increased value calculator, okay? How many units do I have, Jared?
56.
56 units. Let's say I can raise the rents $80 and not violate the government regulations on this affordable housing, okay? I'm going to give this a cap rate of 8. If I raise the rents only $80, I increase the value of the property by $672,000. If I could raise the rents $120, I make $1 million on this one asset. Now, I don't know why they haven't done that. We'll find that out later. I'm just looking at, okay, how do we make $1 million? Make a note here. Every deal that you buy in 2024 should make you $1 million. This should be your target right here, to make $1 million on a deal. How many of you believe there is a chance that I could raise the rent $60 in a year?
I think the most important thing too.
Hang on a second. How many think I could raise the rent $60 on probably any asset in America? $60. That's $5 a month. Easily. Yeah. Look, on this deal, because of the size, 56 units, every $60 is worth $500,000. That's scale. Okay, so our investors, I would go to the investors. Hey guys, if I can raise the rent $60, we make $500,000 on the increased value. Go ahead, Jared.
No, I was just going to say that this isn't something you figure out after you buy the deal. Like you should know all of this before you even put an offer in on the deal. Like you should know the math to increase value. That's why this calculator is so important. And we'll give you guys an opportunity to grab this as well. But it's important that you actually have a plan, and that's why Grant's saying you can do $1 million profit on your first deal because you buy the right size deal, you understand how you're going to increase the rents on the property to force the appreciation and bank that money. So you should know day one when you close with your plan of rent raise that you should be able to make $1 million profit on the deal.
Then I went to my 10X Deal Finder. This is an app that we created, Jared and the team built, okay, to then go and look across Lake Charles, Louisiana. I put in Lake Charles. There's 244 results of deals in this market that I can start collecting data on. These are just apartment deals, by the way, not shopping centers, laundromats, not storage, not industrial, not office, just apartment deals. Can I put that actual address in there, Jared?
Yeah, 100%. 2400 Fruge.
2400.
I'm sorry, Fruge.
Fruge, yeah, Fruge. There it is. Okay, look, here's Fruge. 56 units, market value 600 grand.
It's got the old value in it because it's county records and it
got it
before the takeover. So if you scroll down, you can see the transactions.
Yeah, last sale was $1 million. Property taxes are $15,000. Estimated mortgage balance is $2.1 million. Loan to value.
That's based on the county record right now.
Okay.
They did improvements to the property.
Yeah. Okay, so I have all this data. So it gives me data. The mortgage right now is $9,000 a month. I got 56 units paying me $750. I'm collecting $42,000 and the mortgage is $9,000. This is a deal right here. Here's the bank,
Evangeline Bank.
Yeah, I used to know how to say this stuff. The interest rate, is 2.98%. That is 3 times lower, 2.5 times lower than the mortgage that you would get on a house today. Affordable housing seller, that's the seller, Lake Charles Affordable Housing Limited, so you're going to be a friend of the city of Lake Charles because you're providing affordable housing. What's my point? Random deal. Somebody said, could you find a deal where you grew up? Here, I just did.
And then the other thing too about this, if you hit back to list on the deal finder, and then you go up to your drop down in Lake Charles and you go to lead types.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, go more. See where it says more over the map? Where all the red dots are. If you go right above that, it says more. Over to the left.
Oh yeah, right here.
Right there. You can actually go in and scroll down because remember Grant said you need urgency in the deal to move on and find basically a deal in distress. If you go down to loan maturity date, he could actually plug in a loan maturity date that was happening maybe in September of this year. And he could go through and he could figure out what deals had loans that were maturing. And because of the data that we provide in the deal finder, you could actually go in and find somebody that maybe had a short-term loan with a rate that's adjusting. And it's going to pull you up deals that are potentially distressed. That's a great thing about the deal finder is it's not a listing site where you're going to see things for sale. It's a site where you're going to go so you can preempt the listing or preempt the distress that the potential seller could be in when their note comes due and they got to get a new loan. So it's basically a prospecting tool for you to be able to go out and find off-market deals that are going to be in trouble.
This is one tiny little spot in America. Okay, so there's a deal on LaGrange Street right here. 10 acres, 14 units, absentee owner, market values.
Low equity.
Low equity, and the loan's coming due. Okay, what's the point? What's the point? The point is you got to find a deal. Now we have a conversation. Once I find a deal, then I can start talking to people and instantly build out your network. You ladies out there that are looking for a guy, dude, find him in real estate. Okay? You men out there looking for a gal, look for them in real estate. Real estate is a network of people like this. You're not selling network marketing right here. Hey, would you like to buy my product? You're not selling soap. You're like, everybody has a conversation about real estate. Number 10, now you're going to go in and manage the real estate. We're talking about the sequence, the order in which we do things. Once I have a deal, close the deal, manage the asset, raise the rents, then I'm going to manage the asset for the sale of the refi. This is where this guy's at right now. He's in step 10 of his sequence. Number 11, sell it. I could sell it out to somebody else, pick up my $1 million, refinance it, or I could do what I do, which is we bundle our assets together and sell as a portfolio. Number 12, you want to scale your assets. I want to pick up one and go do what DJ Khaled says, hook me up.
Another one.
That's right. Okay, all right. Now, the asset's senior to everything. Go to page 15. The asset is senior to everything. Number 1, location is senior. What's the first thing I asked my cousin on the phone?
How's the location?
Bro, you know this deal? Yep. How's the location? It's all right. And I said, it's only 60 grand a unit. Location just got better. Okay, like it's affordable housing. Okay, the location's not going to be great. Location is senior to everything when you exit. Because the next time when I go to sell this asset, guess what the next guy's going to say? What's the location like? Number 2, what type of real estate is it? Right, that matters. Okay, is it multifamily? Is it office? Like office, there's going to be hundreds of billions of dollars made in office buildings here in this cycle. You're going to see over and over on a daily basis reports, pull something up, reports of hundreds of billions, without exaggeration. Hundreds of billions of dollars will be going back to banks in this cycle in office and apartments. Number 3, what size deal is it? Make a note on number 3. The bigger the deal, the easier it is to raise money. It is. It's just easier. It's just easier conversation. I know you guys don't believe that because you've never done it, but you got to trust somebody.
Office sales in 2023 were a 62% decrease compared to the year before.
Yeah, but look for some keys being returned, deals being returned.
Office.
Remember, half of the housing stock in America looks like this right here.
Defaults.
Johnny, show 'em my computer. That's in College Station, Texas, right here.
Office loan defaults near historic levels. More than 38 billion of U.S. office buildings currently threatened by defaults, foreclosures, or other forms of distress.
How many billions?
38 billion.
38 billion. I said hundreds of millions. It's $38 billion worth of office that will be, some of it, some portion of that will be returned to the lender. Okay? Now, remember what I said earlier, 4 units and below represents half of the housing stock in America. So you guys want to go back to 4 units? No problem. I'll help you. I'll help you do 4 units, 14 units, 44 units, or 400. Don't matter to me. Let's roll. Okay? I'll help you do government Section 8 stuff, or you want to do top of the food chain. Let's go. Money is money and wealth is wealth.
Here's another one. 2023 Commercial Real Estate Multifamily Survey of Loan Maturity Volumes, published in mid-Feb, found that 20%, 929 billion, of the 4.7 trillion of outstanding commercial mortgages held by lenders and investors are maturing in 2024.
900 billion, almost $1 trillion of debt will mature this year. Now, why is that important? Because if there's a maturation date, right, it's due date, man. Okay, it's 9 months and 2 days. She's 2 days over. What do you know? There's only one thing anybody's looking at right now, having a baby. Okay, when the maturity date on a loan is ready, you have a seller that will compromise their price expectation. Okay, so number 3 on page 15, what size deal is it? 4, 14, 44? Storage units, office building, where is it? What is it? How big is it? Number 4, potential profit. Everybody wants to know, what can we make on this deal? For instance, I'm buying a deal right now. Can you show them Jacaranda? Okay, I'm buying a deal right now. This is how you would pitch a deal. You would pitch it in the sequence. I'm telling you guys about this sequence right now. I know you're hearing a lot coming at you, but all this ties together, okay? When you're showing a deal, looking at a deal, buying a deal, bringing a deal to a bank, or raising money for a deal, it is the same sequence. Hey guys, I have a deal, okay? I'm gonna show you this deal. First thing I'm gonna do is always show a picture. Boom, show them the picture, Johnny. 31 acres, 468 units, okay? The deal is going to sell, we bought this deal for $134 million. We just closed on this last week. Pull up the record of us buying this so you guys understand that I'm telling you what I'm telling you is real, okay? Every time I show you something, boom, look for the record, okay? We paid $134 million. This is 31 acres. Johnny, can you scroll that? Or can you go to the Google map and put in Laurel's Jacaranda on Google?
Grant Cardone continues South Florida buying spree. Real estate fund manager Cardone recently closed all cash 10x Jacaranda 468 unit property in the heart of Plantation.
468 units, heart of Plantation, 31 acres. Johnny, scan out a little bit. I want you guys to find one open lot. Right in the middle of that screen right there is that property, okay? You cannot find a piece of land to build on within 5 miles of that piece of property. It's completely done. Go back in, Johnny. And go. Can you go 3D, Johnny? There you go. This is going to be the great, well, no, not that 3D. Okay, I don't want a street shot. Okay, anyway, we're cash flow positive. Watch this. This thing is going to make $7 million in year one in cash flow. We paid cash. We have no loan on it. We're going to get a loan later. I'm going to be paid $7 million a year, me and my investors, to own the deal. I'm telling you the story now. The deal, how big is it? What's the location? Irreplaceable real estate. Can't do it again, can't buy it again, can't build it again. By the way, speaking about building it again, it would cost $210 million to replace it. So I'm $70 to $80 million below replacement cost. The sequence is the order that you actually pitch the deal in, okay? How many of you here would be happy with, I think this is from day one, by the way, 7 divided by 134 is, this is 5%. This is a 5% in year one without me raising the rents. How many of you like, dude, if I could invest in that deal and you already paid cash for it, you paid for it, you picked it out, you negotiated the price, it's $80 million below replacement cost and you're gonna earn 5% on your money. How many of you would put some money in that deal? Just put a dollar sign if you'd put some money in that deal, based on what I said. Okay, good. There's some people who would invest in it, right? Now watch. I want you guys to take the 468 units. The rents, I didn't tell you this, are $200 below what they should be. I want you to take 468 times 200 times 12, and I want you to multiply that together. Get a calculator or phone out. 468 times 200 times 12. And what number did you come up with?
$1,123,200.
Okay, $1,123,000. Remember, it's going to make $7 million the way it sits. I'm going to raise the rents $200 here, and I know I can because the rents are too low at this property. We've been there 15 days, and we've already started moving rents, and we got the tenants to accept it. I've already bought the deal. You understand? How confident am I? Okay. Now the deal is going to do $8.1 million this year. 8.1. The price didn't go up, divided by the 134. Now I'm earning 6% on my money with one rent bump. Okay, but I want you to take the 1,132,000, this number right here, and I want you to divide this number by 0.05. What did that increase the value of the property? For you guys that said yes, you would invest with me. $1.1 million of new increased rent equals, what'd you get, Jared?
$22,460,000.
$22 million of increased value of the property. Meaning, I could bring this thing back to the market right now and say, hey, guys, I changed the rents $200, and the next guy would be like, you paid $134? I could pay $22 million more than that, $156. You could make $22 million, Grant, and they would get the same return for their investors that I got for my investors. And that's how you tell a story. It's simple. And if you could watch me do this 10,000 times, you guys are going to hear the exact same pitch, sequence, and story every single time. That is why, by the way, I have raised more money than any other single of the 8 billion people on planet Earth. I have raised more money from regular people for real estate deals than any other person alive today. From regular people, okay? All right, the deal sequence. Number 5, what's the monthly cash flow? I showed it to you. Monthly cash flow is going to be $7 million a year. Divide $7 million by 12, and it's $583,000 a month after the expenses, after the insurance, after the taxes, after the trees, trimming, everything, okay? Number 6, who's going to manage the property? It's being managed right now, okay? We actually kept the management company on board that was managing the property. We're going to replace them, okay? And that's how I'm going to get my $200. Number 7, how will you exit the deal? You have to have an exit plan. If you don't have an exit plan, your investors are not going to come in. Number 1, we're going to sell it. I just showed you a sale. I could change the rents $200 and sell the asset and pick up $22 million, okay? Now, based on what I've told you now, how many of you would invest in this deal? Look at Jessica. How can we invest in Jacaranda? Yeah, it's next to a 75-acre park, by the way. Yes, yes, yes. This is open, by the way, for everybody to invest in. CardoneCapital.com. Go to CardoneCapital.com. Accredited and non-accredited. You can have as little as $5,000 and invest in it, or you can invest $5 million, whatever you want to invest in it, okay? So we have an exit plan to sell it. We have another exit plan to finance it, refinance or finance. Now, in this case, we didn't finance it, okay? We paid cash for it. 134, let's say I raise the rents and it increases the value of the property by $22 million. One rent bump. I owe nothing on the property. So could I go to the lenders when interest rates, this is one of our plans, when interest rates come down again, could I go to the lender and say, hey, I want a 75% loan on this property that's worth $156 million. I'd wait till I get my rents up. What is that, guys?
$117 million loan.
$117 million loan. Remember, I paid $134. I would return everybody's money. Say, here's everybody's money except for $17 million. Yeah. Except for $17 million. I would return $117 million of money, except for 17 that we would still manage with $17 million of my friend's money, $156 million asset. And our cash flow will go from 6% now to like 9%. And we still have a great location, irreplaceable real estate, bought it below replacement cost, long-term loan, great cash flow at probably 8 or 9%. Now who would invest in Jacaranda? Because that's our exit plan, is to finance the property. CardoneCapital.com, okay? Okay, see how you make your pitch? C, we could bundle it with the rest of my portfolio, meaning we would take other assets that we own. No, don't click that. What do y'all want me to click? See, I can't ever find it. Oh, gosh. Okay, I need help, guys.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, there you go. That's what I needed. So I gave up on myself too quick. See all these assets that we own? We would bundle it with some of these other 15,000 units that we own and maybe sell 2 or 3 of these as a portfolio, which will always get a better value, okay? Now, what are the types of real estate you guys can look at? Page 16. I know you're hearing a lot right now. Let's just condense it and make it simple so that when you spend your time this weekend working on deals, you're looking at different types of real estate. I want you to know what you're looking for and know what not to bother with. Okay, number 1, asset class that you're most familiar with, Americans are most familiar with, because Citibank and Bank of America and Wells Fargo, the slave masters of the universe, have convinced you to buy this garbage right here. This house where you raise your kids and you think you're going to be happy, okay? The single family home, the American dream. Okay, that's one thing you could buy. And if you could do it at scale, go do it. But I'm telling you, if you can't do it at scale, it's a liability and it's a problem. They never quit charging you. 2, mansions. Everybody wants to buy the mansion. That's why the crib show works so well. Oh my God, Cardone, we got a house in Malibu, and what's his name did that interview with me. What's his name, the dude? Vlad. He's like, your mansion. I said, what is a mansion? A mansion is anything above 5,000 square feet, okay? They just take more money. That's all they do. There's no money to be made in these mansions, folks, okay? This is where rich people go to be miserable. Number 3, apartments. This is the best asset class in the world right here. This asset class. Multiple units, big properties, great locations where you have a bunch of tenants. Number 4, office buildings. There's going to be an unbelievable steal. But you better be well capitalized to do number 4. Number 4 is very tricky, called the office buildings. Number 5, retail, shopping centers. During COVID, the government said over and over, retail would die. Retail is one of the best real estate sectors available today. Number 6, storage. Always been good, always will be good. This is where you have no tenants. No, you have tenants that never go to the property. You basically have no toilets, no termites, no plumbing, maybe 2 restrooms in the whole place, very little lighting.
No pools.
No pools.
No common areas.
Like it's a smart play, okay? The math is the same on self-storage as it is apartments, by the way. Number 7, mobile homes. I got a buddy who owns 44,000 mobile home pads. He doesn't own the mobile home. He owns the pad underneath it, even better. Number 8, great business, by the way. Number 8, land, farm, oil, lease, or empty lots. I know everybody wants to be the Duttons. You ain't that guy. Kevin Costner's bailing out on season 5. Good luck if you can own Jackson, Wyoming. Weren't you in Montana?
Big Sky.
Yeah, how cold was it?
It snowed.
Snowed in June. Okay. Kanye went there, made it one winter. Number 9. Oh no, exercise. Okay, let's go to the exercise. I just showed you a bunch of properties. Now we're going to get you focused on what you should be investing in on page
19.
Okay, I want you to do the same drill you did earlier, but I want you to clarify which one. I'm going to help you in this exercise. On page 19, which one protects your capital the best? Single family, mansions, apartments, go ahead and check them out. Put an X where it doesn't work and put a check where it does. And do this down the whole page.
And then you want to go to tell them what exercise 2 is?
Just let them finish that one.
Okay.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. Prove what? Getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living at it. They just count my zeros and some decimals. And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested dough when I let it grow. Pentiments I got a pocket full. Rips your income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, it's my Cardone. What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please?
Okay, as you finish that page, I'm just going to set you up on the following pages. What are the basics in the rules? What are the 5 must-haves of real estate? I gave you that.
Without looking back in your book.
Without going backwards. 3, ranking the 5 must-haves. What's most important, very important, somewhat important, and least important. You'll be able to do this. Okay, number 4, rate your confidence in each of the following categories that we covered. And then number 5, your biggest takeaways. 6, must-haves you did assign. What's the most important? What must-haves did you assign as most important? Number 7, what was your assessment score? There's an assessment in the book. And number 8, what was your weakest assessment? I'll give you guys 8 minutes to do this exercise.
And then we'll see you right back here.
And only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heels on is? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip, I spill.
We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady.
Talking about the bird in the strap. Say the word and she handle that.
Fully loaded, put it at the target, and you know we letting off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask.
Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow.
When I walk through, no I walk through, no I walk through, no I'm talking to, not to, you know about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money is calling. So I gotta ask who got it? Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? I gotta get it. What you finna do about it? I'm finna get it. Hey, deal estate. I hear the money knocking, knocking. Ding dong. Tell me, do you got it, got it? Step inside the office, and you see us ballin', ballin'. Cause the every day, you know that we bossin', bossin'. Y'all said I gotta get that dough. Gotta get it. Said I gotta get that dough. Hold up. Talking meals, here I'm talking hungry. Talking meals, now I'm talking money. Yeah. And I just feel like you got that for me. Yeah. Another deal right before the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got one question, hold up, 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially. Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that money calling. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? Sure that money is calling. So I gotta ask who got it.
Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone.
Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it.
See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X movie.
You know we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money is calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it.
Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the center of the ring as we introduce the formidable boxer, Elena Cardone. Standing tall at an impressive 5'9". This powerhouse of strength and determination is about to grace us with her extraordinary TEDx skill.
TEDx badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt. TEDx badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. TEDx badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt. TEDx badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. TEDx badass, after what I want. Investing, not to flaunt. Give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team. Family, you know I got the team up. Got my soldiers with me, Scarlett and Sabrina. Real estate, so you know we in the deal up. Room full of women, room full of big thinkers. Clydesdales pulling all the way together. Family forever, getting bigger, getting better. Gulfstream got us in the air with no feathers. ELENA elevate with every letter. 10x everything, nothing's gonna stay the same. A boss and mama, wife, those the biggest roles to play. 10x women, and they here to change the game. Empower with my women, with my fiery flame. 10x badass. Investing not to flaunt. I'ma give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team.
Building empires, breaking chains, taking over, leaving trails of fire, no restraints. With every step I'm rising higher, no one can detain. I'm a force to be reckoned with, my legacy remains. Lady E on the beat. Oh, that's a banger. To be an amazing mommy and create your own economy. Now that's gangster. Walking in the chase every day like I'm a banker. When you see a boss babe, maybe you should thank her. The family is the fortune, miscellaneous, no brainer. More than an entertainer, I'm a world changer. So remember my name, engraved in the stars. No boundary can hold me, I'm shattering these bars. Building empires, the ruler of the charts. You know that I'm the queen of this game, yeah, the queen of hearts. And I'm a
Badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt.
All right, we're coming back in 3, 2, 1. We're back.
All right, so now is breakout time. So you should be getting with new people now. Remember your name, where you're from, and what was your biggest takeaway from the last section. We're going to do another 8 minutes for this. We'll see you right back here after the breakouts. Make sure that you guys participate, get connected with people, and share your biggest takeaway. We'll see you right back.
Standing tall at an impressive 5'9". This powerhouse of strength and determination is about to grace us with her extraordinary TEDx skill.
TEDx badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt. TEDx badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. TEDx badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt. TEDx badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. TEDx badass, after what I want. Investing, not to flaunt. I'ma give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team. Family, you know I got the team up. Got my soldiers with me, Scarlett and Sabrina. Real estate, so you know we in the deal up. Room full of women, room full of big thinkers.
forever, getting bigger, getting better. Gulfstream got us in the air with no feathers. ELE elevate with every letter. 10x everything, nothing's gonna stay the same. A boss, a mama, wife, those the biggest roles to play. 10x women, and they here to change the game. Empower with my women, with my fiery flame. 10x badass. Best enough to flow. Give you what you need. Building empires, breaking chains, taking over, leaving trails of fire, no restraints. With every step I'm rising higher, no one can detain. I'm a force to be reckoned with, my legacy remains. Lady E on the beat. Oh, that's a banger. To be an amazing mommy and create your own economy. Now that's gangsta. Walking in the chase every day like I'm a banker. When you see a boss babe, maybe you should thank her. The family is the fortune miscellaneous, no brainer, more than an entertainer. I'm a world changer, so remember my name. Engraved in the stars, no boundary can hold me. I'm shattering these bars, building empires, the ruler of the charts. You know that I'm the queen of this game, you're the queen of hearts, and I'm a badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flow. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flow. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x. ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy with Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from the top. 10x ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy with Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from the top. Heels on, lock strap, Queen E on that. Billions in the bag, so I got a big bank. No fake, all facts, big check, no tax. Ain't a rich and Millie, this 1,000 unit contract. Saying no to normal is my normal thing to do. Me, I'm building my empire, so you could build them too. What you on? I'm too strong, I'm 10x. My ladies rock it best, ladies rock it best. Building empires is in my DNA. Getting this money is in my DNA. This for the family is in my DNA. ELENA, ELENA. 10x ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy for Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from the top. Yeah, building empires is in my DNA. Getting this money is in my DNA. This for the family is in my DNA. ELENA, ELENA. Look who came through bustin' new choppers. Talking about the hammer and the helicopter. Tell me why's my manners, I was never proper. Be a gold digger, baby, want the best offer. She know how to hold on the fort. Babe, you gotta know your role. You know I be shooting for sport. Try not to get out of control. If you talking me and G, we going toe to toe. But if you get me in the ring, we going blow for blow. And trust me, you don't wanna box with me. Here to steal the show, it's called our robbery. Success is my duty, this is who I gotta be. Just know you can't spell Cardone without the E. Ladies, just say it if you a boss. Swiping visas, it's easy for Amex card. Turn the heat up, I need you to make it hot. Tell them haters I can't hear from
The queen must be the strongest, toughest, smartest, and most disciplined person in the empire.
Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah, who's got my money? My
losing hope. But I'm broke, but now I'm living at it. They just count my zeros and some decimals. And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico. I invested dough and I let it grow. Regiments I got a pocket full. Raise the income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, ask my Dr. Cardone.
What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the jet.
I buy apartments, I send checks.
Okay, hey, welcome back. Great to have you guys here. If you're just joining us, you missed 19 pages. We just finished doing our second or third exercise. Remember, it's the deal first. The deal is 80%. You guys have this backwards when you're going for money first. Don't worry about money. You're not buying real estate the way you buy Christmas gifts. You know, I bought my wife a birthday present. Before I bought her the present, I was like, okay, what do I want to spend on this present? I'm going to do some rehab at my house. What do I want to spend on the rehab? Do not buy real estate like you have a budget. Buy good real estate. Find a great piece of real estate and trust that you can raise the money.
Which is kind of a backwards thing for people to think with.
It's backwards, but I'm just telling you, if you guys want to create wealth, you might need to start thinking differently than you've been thinking. This is not your daddy's economy, okay? You got to. At some point, you had to break your model. If you're not happy or satisfied where you're getting, the first thing a person would do is say, okay, something I'm doing is wrong. Because there's wealth all around you. It's everywhere. Like, you cannot deny. Wealth is everywhere. Unless you live on the Gaza Strip, you know, it's like, okay, there's possibility and opportunity everywhere. Unless you're in Ukraine today, okay? For most people, you're in South Korea, okay, I got it. You're not watching this, okay? But most of us, if you're living in Compton right now and you got a single mom, dude, and there's a crack house across the street from you, all you got to do is look a few blocks out and beyond that, and you're going to see wealth. 25 minutes away is Beverly Hills. I don't know if that's where you want to go. Malibu's 45 minutes. Santa Monica's another, 10 minutes beyond that. So you have to look. Orange County's an hour and a half south. All you got to do is move 90 minutes away, and boom, you're going to find money. So first thing you have to do is you have to accept responsibility. There's something you're doing right now. If you're a hard worker, you work extra hours, you're saving your money, you're planning for your retirement, you're living below your means, and you're doing all the right things, and it still doesn't equal wealth, you are doing something wrong. And that's what I had to admit to myself when I was 31 years old. And my uncle told me, he's like, look, man, you know how to make money, you don't know what to do with it. At some point, Grant, once you learn how to make money, you have to learn how to invest it. And then I started looking at how to invest in it. I went and bought a single family home. I rented it to Jane. Jane paid the rent. I'm like, shit, this is cool. Then I'm like, okay, let me go do it a second time. I went and did it a second time, got another renter. Okay, this is cool. And then I went to the bank to do it a third time. And they're like, no, you can't do that a third time. You did that twice, that's it. We're not going to lend you. So I couldn't scale it. So then I started studying. And what the big players were doing, where they're like, we're not buying single family homes. I studied a guy named Don Brin. Don Brin's one of the wealthiest, largest real estate owners in the world, in the United States of America.
He basically owns all of Orange County, right?
Yeah, Orange County. You go to Orange County, everything in Orange County was created by a guy named Donald Brin. He built the entire Orange County. He didn't build one house at a time. He built communities. Donald Trump's dad was basically a affordable housing tycoon. He built affordable housing at scale. Barry Sternlicht's worth $4 or $5 billion. Sam Zell, this is the people I started studying. And what I noticed was these people were all doing one thing. They were buying real estate at scale. Sam Zell's worth $5 billion. Sam said, I never build the real estate. I buy the real estate other people build that provides cash flow. So you just have to confront. These drills that we've been giving you guys is to confront on page 19. Okay, you're going to see that apartments protect your cash flow. I'm sorry, protect your capital. If you went down that list on page 19, it'll provide you with cash flow. It'll provide long-term appreciation. It provides unbelievable tax write-offs, better than office, better than storage, better than farmland. Okay, it has great debt. The best debt available in the country is in apartments. Protects against inflation. Every 10 years, rents have doubled. That protects you against inflation. Actually, rents benefit from inflation. Proven and tested, easy to finance, easy to scale, hard to disrupt. Liquid? No. You can put an X there. It's not liquid. But everything else on that page, bang, it hit. None of these others hit that many criteria. So when I did this drill when I was 31 years old, I'm like, bro, I need to focus on apartments, not single family homes. I need to focus on one thing and get good at one thing. And that's what we're sharing with you today. Okay. You guys want to buy 2 units? I'll show you how. You want to buy 4 units? I'll show you how. You want to buy 14? I'll show you how. You want to buy 24, 44, 440? I can show you how to do it. But just remember this. Most important thing is the deal. Take any of these examples. 2 units or 400 units. You have a deal. You're going to tell a guy, hey man, I want to raise some money. I got a 2-unit deal over here. Okay? How much money is there going to be to split up here? You only have 2 units, guys. If you raise the rents $50 times 2, you guys have $100 to split. What is the story, man? Whose attention are you going to get? Yeah, man, send me something on it. You talk to somebody about 440 units. I want you to multiply 440 times $50. That's $264,000, okay, right here. This is $264,000 of new income. Oops, divide that by 264, divide that by 6, and we just created $4.4 million of new value, okay? What conversation you want to have? Hey, I can raise the rents $50 and we can split 100? Or, hey, man, I got a 440 unit deal. The only thing keeping you from this is your imagination, your confidence, and your network. I can help you with that, okay? I'll give you a network. How many people are in here right now? What do we have? 1,500 people?
Yep.
Boom, 1,500 people right now. We have probably another 1,000 in a real estate club that pays $25,000 a year, instant network of people that said, I'm paying $25,000 to be part of this club. We have a mentoring club that meets every Friday. They pay $5,000 a year. We probably have 2,000 people in that mentoring, okay? They pay $5,000 a year that are committed. It's a network. You got to have a network. So remember this, got to have a deal. First the deal, most important thing, then debt. Where does debt come from? Debt comes from people, okay? There's a debt market out there. I can give you access to every lender in the country, okay? They're not at your local bank, by the way. I know you guys want to go to your bank and you're like, I keep my money at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is not going to give you a loan. Bank of America is not giving you a loan on this asset. Citibank is not giving you a loan. Your small credit savings and loan association right now, your credit union, they're not giving you loans on these deals right now, folks. Isn't going to happen. 2 years ago, you could get a loan from a regional bank. You can't get them. You have probably 300 banks that are going to bust out in this cycle. They're going to go bankrupt. They're going to get consumed by J.P. Morgan.
They'll call it consolidation.
It'll be a consolidation. It won't be yeah, exactly. It'll be a government bailout. By the way, when this happens, interest rates will go back down to 2% again. And this will be the glory moment, okay? You want to rush into the marketplace. But by then it's too late because you have to build your network already. You need to have your debt sources already. You need to have your cash or equity. Remember, you don't have to have money. They're not going to ask you if it's your money. They just need to know 800 grand went into a deal. They don't care if it's yours, your mama's, your cousins, your uncles, your aunts, Grant's, Jared's, or whoever's. Okay. Jared told me we just had that 8-minute break. He's like, hey man, I got my kids. I got $25,000 in my kids' account. I want to get it in that Jacaranda deal you showed on the break. Because now his kids, 25,000, if we average 7%, which I think we do there, his kids would earn $145 a month on that investment. He'd take the 25,000 from the kids, put it in Jacaranda, and now it would pay the kids $145 a month. And the kids could waste the $145, and 10 years from now, when they're 22, they still have the 25 grand. They never touch the capital.
But it wouldn't be worth 25 grand anymore.
It's probably going to be worth 50 or 75,000 without Jared having to give them more money. You understand? Okay, so deal, debt, cash, equity is what we really call it, equity. And then the fourth thing you need is a network. Now, the beautiful thing about real estate, man, real estate is the easiest networking group of people we've ever been with. We do events every year, folks. I do events for 34,000 people. I'll tell you right now.
104 events a year.
Huh?
104 a year.
104 events a year. I would rather talk to 300 real estate investors. My staff has heard me say this many, many times. I would rather talk to 300 real estate investors than 30,000 people in a big stadium. The reason why is because the real estate people want to do deals. Everybody's clear on what the real estate guy or gal wants to do. I want to do a deal. I want to own more real estate. I want to amass properties where I get cash flow, okay? Great networking, unbelievable. Easiest group of people to network of any events that we do is people that come in because they're like, hey, what are you doing? Are you doing for debt? Or are you got any deals? How's the Dallas marketplace going? How's Detroit going? How's Austin going? Wherever people are from, there's a natural conversation. The fifth thing you got to have, and this comes from doing deals, okay, is confidence. It's a funny thing. We just closed this deal for $134 million, and the seller was like, congratulations. And I was like, I hope so. I'm not going to really know until later, okay? But I can tell you, man, after I've done so many of these deals, it's like I know I'm going to 5 years, 7 years, 9 years from now and be like, man, I'm sure glad I bought that thing. Because that thing's not going to be $134 million. The rents on that deal, the rents today are $2,300 on that deal. Okay, let's go all the way out to 2034. How much you think? You guys just throw in the chat. Let's say the location's sick. It's ridiculous. The houses around it are $500,000 today. What would the rents be on that property? 1,000 square feet, unbelievable location, great schools, 75-acre park next door, mature oak trees, okay, institutional quality asset. Okay, look at the numbers, 3,500 to 4,000, 4,000, 4,500, 3,000, 4,500, 2,800, 2,800. Rich, 10 years from now, this country will not have $34 trillion worth of debt. It'll have $50 trillion worth of debt or more. We could have 50 trillion with one black swan event. 4,000, okay, all right. So look, just let's say they're $4,000. I think they will be. Why do I think that? Because the average house in that market is $600,000 today. So this is a very, very important metric. Remember, your confidence is going to be whether you make your stake or not. You don't invest because you're not fully confident.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Average rents in the U.S. in 2000 were $600.
Average rent was $600. They're They're 1851. The average rent. We're talking Tulsa, Oklahoma, to New York City. New York City. Average rent in New York City today is $5,700.
10 years later, it was $800. So it went from $600 in 2000 to $810 in 2010. So that was that 10-year period. In 2020,
that's $210, by the way. That's a big increase. That's 30%.
2021 was the last year.
Yeah.
2023.
Now, what started happening? What happened in 2020? COVID happened, okay? What happened then? The printing of money. 7 trillion, then 5 trillion. We printed $12 trillion. Now, you guys understand, I know everybody freaks out about the 12 trillion. It's not 12 trillion. See, if you want to really understand inflation, okay, and the reason to understand inflation is to understand future pricing.
Median rent this year, $2,100.
Okay, yeah, I was using 1851, but it's already moving on us, okay? That's $12 trillion. But you understand, when you print $12 trillion, how much new money is in the marketplace? Is it 12 trillion? No, it's 9x 12 trillion. Because money at the bank is lent out 9 times. They have to keep 10% of this money in the bank. The rest of it gets lent out. So you're talking about $120 trillion, okay, in trillion dollars. To put that in perspective, I think it takes at a dollar a minute, it takes like 4 years to burn through 1 million, 40 years to burn through 1 billion, and 4,000 years to burn through 1 trillion. Okay, you're talking about more money, possibly just in America, than all the money on planet Earth combined in all dollars, pesos, etc. So my point of that is this: if the rents went from, what'd you say, Jared?
600 in 2000, 810 in 2010, and they're 2,100 in 2024.
So they went from $810 to $2,100. Okay.
In 10 years, 14 years.
In the last 10 years. Why? What happened in this 10-year period that was different? In the last 4-5 years was the big printing. Now, we can't get away from the print now. You're going to keep printing to solve problems. And even though they say they're going to quit spending money, the truth is we keep spending money. And if you keep spending money, you have to keep printing money. So what happens to rents? Let's say the rents only go to $4,000. And I have 10 years to do it. They've already exploded. I said they'd go from 2,300. The average rent's 2,100. We know these rents are too low at this property because we're already moving them. If they do what I say they're going to do in 10 years, 1,700. I've been quoted a number of times saying that they would go. Multiply 468 times 1,700, not the whole amount, the 1,700, times 468. And this property will now produce $9.5 million of new revenue. Right now, it does $7 million of cash flow. $7 million of free cash flow. If it produces another $9 million, okay, that would be the increased value of the property. Now, let's assume that we can't keep all of the $9 million and we only keep 50% of it, because if rents went up, expenses went up. Gas, utilities, property taxes. So we're just going to take half of this to be very conservative. $4,700,000 in new NOI. I'm going to divide that number by 0.05. And I will produce
0.05 is the cap rate. That's the 0.05 number he's talking about.
I will produce $94 million of new value for this property. I paid $134. This is how the next buyer is gonna buy the property. Okay, the property will now be worth $218 million. This is all about confidence, by the way. This is step number 5. $218 million. 228 divided by 468. 228 divided by 468. That's $487,000 a unit. Just so everybody understands why I'm doing this. This is confidence. This is me selling a story to a bank, to a seller, to my investors, and to myself, okay? Is this real? Could this happen? Could this property be worth 218? Remember something I said earlier. This is called RC, or under replacement cost, okay? I said this property was $134 million and I was $80 million below replacement cost. What number does that put me at?
210.
million. I am 80 million today, 2034. Because see, I never want to present something to an audience and over exaggerate what it is. I do want to properly present what it is. This property that I'm buying, the Jacaranda deal that I showed you earlier, should, in a good market, be selling for $214 today. If my rents go to $4,000, it will add $94 million of value, which would put me at $218 in 2034.
And the interesting
which
thing,
tells me that this number is probably very easily achievable. Very easily achievable, okay? But the difference is, before Jared opens up here, is the $7 million plus the 4.5 million, 4.8 million new NOI. I know you guys are probably having trouble tracking the numbers right now, but I know what I'm doing. 11,800,000. That's the new NOI of the property. Remember what we paid. Our price didn't change, dude. The rents went up. My price, what we paid today, last month, it does not go up what I paid. The rents go up. You want to write this down. And the value of the property is based on the rents collected, not what the neighborhood's worth. Okay? So 11.8, that's without any other income, which you know you're going to get other income, divided by 134. I'm earning 9% on my money, most of which is not even taxed by the government. Okay, so, and I have a piece of real estate you can't build again. Now, let me add one other thing. Let's say the rents go to $4,000. I think it's absolutely doable for sure. Go to Silicon Valley outside of Facebook, great location. Those rents are $9,000 today. Go to a great location in a bad location in
New York.
New York, it's $5,700. A great location, $12,000. So these rents could be $10,000, $11,000, $12,000. Okay. Last thing I want to say about this is I don't even have any debt on this thing. Okay, we don't have any money invested. Remember my exit. This is why I have so much confidence in the deal, and I'm willing to put my money in the deal. 11.8 divided by 0.05 makes the property worth $230 million times 0.75. I could return all the money to the investors, the entire $134 million, pay everybody back, plus another $40 million, pay everybody back, and we own this asset. We own this asset with no money, and we've already returned cash. That would be the ideal situation. Go ahead,
Can you
Jerry.
pop back to that other screen real quick? Because I just want to show something else too. So, assuming that he didn't pay cash for this deal, on a $134 million transaction, you're going to put what? $39 million down?
Yeah.
So, assuming that he financed this deal from the beginning, he's going to put $39 million down on the property. So technically, when you use debt, you're going to control the $134 million asset with $39 million. Okay, now I know these numbers are big, but just bear with me. Now, he just showed you that $94 million was the increased value. That's just the increased value of the property based on the rents. That doesn't include the cash flow, right? So what percentage of the $39 million is the $94 million? Because that's technically your return on your capital in just 10 years.
Yeah, I would have 3x.
It's almost a 3x return on your money in 10 years. Now, if you look at 401ks, Fidelity did that thing over the last, we were talking about with John and
10 years, the average 401k in America has earned 39%.
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years. That's 3.9% a year. And your money's trapped. And it didn't cash flow. Okay. This, Jared is saying, had we used debt today, we're not using debt today because on this particular asset, I want to wait. I'm in a position to do this, and you are too, by the way, to actually pay cash for it today. Flip the model where we pay cash today and we go borrow money from a bank in the future when rates go down again. Anyway, don't worry about all that. Everything, what matters most and what I always go back to is the deal. It's got to be a great deal in a great location with possibility for the investors so that I can go to my investors and say, they're like, hey, what's your exit plan? My exit plan is $218 million. Man, that's never going to sell for $218 million. Let me tell you why it's going to sell for $218 million. Because the rents are going to be here. This is going to be my cash flow. The point is this, you can't just underwrite a deal today when you buy it, dude. You guys got to underwrite for the future and how you're going to make your decision to finance it, refinance it, or sell it. Let me bring you to page 26. This is called my non-negotiables. This is where I get my confidence from on a deal, okay? And look, I don't buy other real estate. Like, you guys don't see me buying a lot of other stuff. I don't even tinker with it because I have my lane. You could do the same thing in storage. You just need to be focused on the storage and be the guy or gal that's going to raise money for storage or trailer pads or office buildings. Get in your lane, learn that lane, and make sure you dominate that space, okay? These are called the 10 Commandments on page 26. Number one, most important, is superior location. It is easier to raise money on a great location than it is a marginal location. It's easier to raise on a great location and a high price than it is a low price and a poor location. If I say to anybody that's watching right now, okay, Plantation, next to the, what's the name of that park there? The Jacaranda Park. Is it Jacaranda Park? If you've ever lived in Jacaranda, in Plantation, in Florida.
Jacaranda Lakes Park.
Yeah. Like everybody that lives in that market says, oh my God, you're going to own that? Yeah, and I'm going to put 10X on it too. It's going to be the 10X Jacaranda. Okay? I have constant traffic flowing in front of me. If you look at our office building right here in Aventura, location's ridiculous. You cannot come to Aventura and not see our company. So you want a superior location. Do not make a mistake. And I made this mistake many, many times. I got deceived because of a low price. And a low price, you pay a price one time. You pay for the location every single day. Number two, cash flow. If the property doesn't cash flow, you don't have to buy a $130 million deal, folks. I don't want you guys to think about the deals, Grant's way out there talking about an eighth of $1 billion deal. The deal could be a $13 million. It could be $1.3 million. If it doesn't cash flow $2,000 a month, leave it alone. You need free cash flow at $2,000 to pay attention. Number three, it needs to be financeable. Now, I just finished saying that we didn't use debt on this last deal. Just because I didn't use debt doesn't mean I didn't have lenders trying to give me debt. Financeable means the banks like the deal as well. Number four, it should support management fees, third-party management. You husband and wife teams out there, we self-manage. We're the self-manager. We're managing ourselves. You shouldn't be managing it yourself. You should have a third-party management collecting rents and raising rents and taking care of problems. You cannot be an investor and a manager. If you're a manager, you're a manager. You can't be an entrepreneur and a manager, by the way. You can't be both. They're completely different hats. They require completely different energies. Number five, you have to know your exits. How do I get out? How do I get my money? How do I sell it? How do I finance it? What if the market's bad? Who do I sell it to? Number six, is it refinanceable? Can I finance the asset in the future? For instance, I bought a deal. It wasn't a big deal. It was $1.9 million, $50,000. I put $350,000 down. I didn't know this. I had $1.6 million. Okay. I was making $42,000 in cash flow a year, and the rents went up. I wasn't even there. I wasn't managing. I was working. I had two jobs, and I had this piece of real estate. And the guy, Rudy, that I was a partner with on this deal, he raised the rents. The rents went from like $550 a month to $750 a month. They went up $200 on 48 units. 200 times 48 times 12 divided by 0.06. Increased the value of the property $1.9 million in 1 year. Bang. Rudy said, I raised the rents. Everybody took the rent increase. Okay. Some guy comes along and offered us $5 million for the property. I thought it was a good deal and I sold it. This is what I didn't understand. I shouldn't have sold it. I owed $1.9 million. The value of the property had been increased by $1.9 million, okay? It would now support a loan of $3.5 million. You understand what I did? I owed, this was my debt, and this was the new increased value because the rents went up 200. 200 times 48 times 12 divided by the cap rate, 0.6 in this case, increased the value of the property by 1.9 million. That would allow me to have a new loan of 3.5 million. I owed 1.6 million. I would have collected the 1.9 million and put it cash in my pocket. And it would have been a non-taxable event. And I would still own the asset. Let me see if the property's still there. 210 Cedar Woods?
210 Cedar Road.
Cedar Road?
Vista.
Let's see if it's still there. This is, I don't know, this had to be 25 years ago. Oh, it's still there. God damn, I cannot believe this. What happened? It is still there. It's still blue, and people still rent it. This was 1998. 2008. No, yeah.
2018.
2018. Oh, almost 30 years ago. 3 decades, and the asset is still there. I think they changed the roof. The paint didn't change. The impatiens up front didn't change. Let's just see what the rents are today. Availability. They have a not available, 1 bedroom not available. Can you see this, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
1 bedroom not available, 2 bedrooms not available.
Rent right now on the low end of the range is $23.95.
Okay, the rents were $700 when I was there. Okay, now what's the property worth? 2,300 times 48 times 12. It produces $1.3 million a year in income times 0.70. It has an NOI of $927 a year, and the property's probably worth $16 million today. And I would still own it. But no, I was stupid. I didn't understand exits. So what I'm doing for you guys right now is I just gave you literally a $12 million piece of data. Okay, I just gave you a $12 million score. Had I known that when I was 31 years old, in this case 34 years old, I would not have sold the asset. I would still own the asset. I would have $12 million more net worth today. And I would have more cash flow for my family. But I didn't understand the whole game. Number 7, can I exit at a higher cap rate? Meaning, can I sell for a higher cap rate than I bought for? You should do your exit at that. These are the 10 commandments. Number 8, is there positive job growth in that market? And number 9, do I have a competitive advantage over others? I'm not just a house with a pool, a unit with a pool. What's my competitive advantage? Is it my location? Is it the name?
Amenities.
Is it the manager? Could be the manager. The amenities. Number 10, can I make $1 million? In this case, I could have made, rather than $3 million, I could have made $15 million. Okay. I'm going to show you how to make $1 million profit on a deal. There's math behind this madness. Okay. If you find 32 units, this would be the easiest thing you could do. 32 units. And those 32 units, if the rents could be raised 200, this is what you're looking for. 32 units where you could increase the rents 200 and it's only 90% occupied. That would be $69,000 of new NOI in a 6 cap rate environment, and you would increase the value of the property by $1.1 million. Folks, this has nothing to do with race, Biden, Trump, Republican, Democrat, male, female, San Diego, or Cincinnati. I mean, it doesn't matter. No matter where you are, you could be in Sydney, Australia, you could be in Singapore. The math is the math, okay? If you're in a 6 cap environment with 32 units and the rents went up $200, you just made $1.1 million. One deal, One time, one decision, and you're a millionaire. Okay? Okay. I'm going to inverse this. I'm going to inverse the math. You have what page was that we just gave them?
27.
Okay, you have that page. Remember it, okay? We're going to inverse it. We're going to take $1 million. Say, hey, man, I want to make $1 million on a deal. And I'm in a 6 cap rate environment. I'm in San Antonio. That's a 6 cap rate environment. Miami is a 5 cap rate. Tampa Bay, 5.25. Austin, Texas, probably a 5.15. I mean, I know what the cap rate of all these cities are, okay? New York City's probably a 5.5 right now. Chicago, 5.5 to 5.75, okay? You divide that by 12 months, divide by the number of units, and it's going to tell you, divide that by the occupancy. You're in Houston, Texas, you're probably at 88. You're in Miami, you're 94. Okay, different occupancies for different markets. You need to increase the rent $173 per month per unit. So I'd find a piece of property, I'd find a deal. Hey, I got 32 units. It's 90% occupied. I'm in a 6 cap rate environment. I know the math immediately. You're the manager, the operator, the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur basically take a risk on something and then does the math on what do I got to do? I got a $900 rent. I need to raise the rents $173 to make $1 million for me and my investors. Can this asset go to 1,073? I do all my math and I find out all the comps in the market, 1,100, 1,125, 1,250. There's nothing at 1,073. I can raise the rents. Why didn't he raise the rents? Why didn't the guy in Lake Charles raise the rents? I don't know. I know this, his average rent's $650. If I take that deal and raise the rents $173, I just got to find out why didn't he take them from $650 to $823. If they'll go to $823, I make $1 million for my investors. If they go to $956, I make $2 million for my investors. It's just math, folks. It's not complicated at all. If you're lost, no problem. You have the page. Okay, the math is the math. It will never change no matter how dumb you are, how bad you are in math, how much they left you behind in algebra. It will not matter. This is simple.
What do you always say about real estate investors?
Dude, they're dumb people. Real estate people are not.
They're simple.
We're simple. Real estate people are simple. They dress down. They don't spend a lot of money. They're not show-off people. They're not well connected. They typically don't have great grades in school. I'm telling you, they've done surveys on these people. These aren't coders. Okay, we're not solving the problems of the world. We're not very sophisticated. It's simple, man. It's real. This is not a big imagination thing. But they all talk about the same stuff. Is the location good, man? What's the location like? A conversation is always going to come to the location. Huh? How you like that location? Or they're going to talk about how cheap the rents are. Or they're going to talk about Section 8. It's affordable housing and you can't build it. Okay? $1 million math sheet. Okay? I'm going to give you a little sheet of paper here, page 29. 4 units, you need to get a $1 million, you need a $1,250 rent bump. You see how hard that is? I got to raise the rents $1,250. And by the way, they will go up $1,250, but how long is it going to take? What I don't want is time. I cannot manage time as much as I can manage changing the number of units. Watch, as I go up in scale, you can just fill in the blanks here. When I get to 122, I only need a $41 rent bump.
Any property would take a $41.
I've never been on a property where I couldn't get $41. Now, you're in Austin, Texas today. And you're looking around, and you're in what's that place up in North Austin? Not Round Rock, but it's called
Pflugerville? The Domain.
Okay, go to Pflugerville.
The Domain.
The Domain.
Yeah.
That's exactly where that shopping center is and all that activity is. Right over here at 10 o'clock, there's a brand new construction. At 12 o'clock, there's brand new construction, and at 2:15, there's brand new construction. Right here in Miami, I got new construction there. If I go to the 163 right here, I got 800 units coming on board. Down Biscayne, I got another 400 units right here. Dude, this is all going to be concessioned real estate. They're going to basically say, our rents are $2,200 and you get 6 weeks free. So the rents aren't really $2,200. The rents are really $1,900, but they're never going to bring the rent down. They're going to give away a month and a half, okay? So it's free rent, and they're going to keep the rent up. Because when that first year burns off, your rents are $22.50. Don't drop the rent, dude. Give somebody 2 weeks free. Okay, because once they're in, it costs to leave. So there's your math. There's your cheat
And
sheet.
I never thought about that.
No? Yeah,
That's so funny.
Give people time, man. When I was selling cars, I'd give people time. I never gave them money.
Yeah.
I gave them time. I'm like, how about we do this? You know? He's like, the payments are too high. How about we do this? Okay? How about I do this? Right now, what's the date today?
29th.
29th. No, it's June 29th.
Yeah.
No payments for June. No payments for July. Okay? That'll save you $300 this month and $300 next month. That saves you $600. Okay? Gives you enough time. August 15th will be your first payment. June, July, August. Yeah, your first payment will be August. That saves you $600, okay? How about we do that? He'd be like, yeah, man, just give me some time, dude. See, because time is more valuable than money, right? Rather than me dropping my price, I just extended time. Man, Grant, I can't do it in August. How about I do this? How about I go all the way to September? And it cost me $300 on a deal because we made the payment.
Yeah.
So give people time. Don't give them money. Okay, because once you discount it one time, dude, that's now forever, rather than saying, hey, I'll just give you 2 weeks. Okay, anyway, there's your cheat sheet on that page. That's what you're looking for when you walk out of here. The bigger you go, the less rent bump you need. Okay, now, increased value formula. We have the math, the calculator for this. For you guys that join our mentoring program, we're going to give you the mentoring class. We're going to give you mentoring 52 weeks of the year, but we're going to give you our increased value formula calculator. Literally, you're going to have it in case you're no good at math. For those that don't decide to join us, here's the math. The number of units times the rent increase times the occupancy times the 12 months divided by the cap rate equals the increased value. This works whether the property's $400,000 or $4.4 million. Man once taught me this, man. It helped me so much. He's like, Grant, I want you to look at these numbers, okay? Like, if you can't do the math on this one, bro, you can't do the math on this one. If you can't do the math on this one, you can't do the math on this one. These numbers are no different, Grant. The only thing changes is zeros. By the way, when you add zeros, it's not making more work. It's just making for more opportunity. Zeros just add opportunities, not work, okay? This, you're going to manage yourself. This, you're probably still going to manage yourself. This, you're bringing on management. This, you can make money. It's just an imagination thing, folks. It's just you being in the right network around the right people saying, bro, you don't need to take baby steps. You did that when you were a baby. Okay? What you need right now is a bunch of adults around you right now saying, here's the math, here's the path, here's the deal, here's the network. You can raise the money and become a bank. You could become a bank and not buy a single family house, but buy the entire neighborhood and control the marketplace. Okay, let's go to exercise on page.
We're going to have them go through some examples.
Yeah, I want to see if you guys know how to do this math. Now, let's see how much you learned, because, you know, the more you learn, the more you earn.
So, exercise
but the more you do, the more you poo.
Ooh. I'm not sure I get that one.
You know?
No.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Everybody knows that, bro.
Unless you're dumping cash flow. Number one is the increased value. You have 13 units, and we're able to raise the rents by $60 a month. The market's trading at a 6 cap right now, so that's your dividing number. And the property has a 96% occupancy. What is the increased value using the formula? Number two, deal two, 40 units, you're able to raise the rents by $60 a month. The market's trading at a 5 cap and the property's at 90% occupancy. That's deal two. Then deal three, you have 200 units and we're able to raise the rents $25 a month. It's trading at a 6 cap with a 95% occupancy. What's the increased value of the property? So we're going to give you 3 practical exercises there. And then number 4, exercise, what did you learn from this exercise? Number 5, what decisions have you made? And then number 6, what are the top 10 criteria for the ideal deal? The ideal deal. We're going to give you guys 10 minutes to go through this exercise. Don't be afraid of the math. The formulas are there. We'll see you right back here in 10 minutes after you do some $1 million math.
$1 million math.
Said I gotta get that dough. Gotta get it. Said I gotta get that dough. Hold like you got that for me, yeah. Another deal right before the morning, yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say. Watch where you get in advice, get you $1 million at my, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5. Then I got one question, hold up, 2 questions, can you keep it 100? Do you want blue blessings? Say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson. Do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially. Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2-Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that money calling. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it. See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X movie. You know, we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the center of the ring as we introduce the formidable boxer, Cardone. Standing tall at an impressive 5'9" this powerhouse of strength and determination is about to grace us with their extraordinary 10X skill.
10X badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass, after what I want. Investing, not to float. Give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team. Family, you know I got the team up. Got my soldiers with me, Scarlett and Sabrina. Real estate, so you know we in the deal up. Room full of women, room full of big thinkers. Clydesdales pulling all the way together. Family forever, getting bigger, getting better. Gulfstream got us in the air with no feathers. ELE&A elevate with every letter. 10X everything, nothing's gonna stay the same. A boss and mama, wife, those the biggest roles to play. 10X women, and they here to change the game. Empower with my women, with my fiery flame. 10X badass. After what I want. Best enough to flow. I'ma give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team.
Building empires, breaking chains, taking over, leaving trails of fire, no restraints. With every step I'm rising higher, no one can detain. I'm a force to be reckoned with, my legacy remains. Lady E on the beat, bang to be an amazing mommy and create your own economy. Now that's gangster. Walking in the chase every day like I'm a banker. When you see a boss babe, maybe you should thank her. The family is the fortune miscellaneous, no brainer. More than an entertainer, I'm a world changer. So remember my name, engraved in the stars. No boundary can hold me. I'm shattering these bars, building empires. The ruler of the charts. You know that I'm the queen of this game. Yeah, the queen of hearts, and I'm a
Badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x. Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Wake up right before the sun. Write my goals, the day's begun. Kiss my wife and kids goodbye. Time to build an empire high. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Keep my focus on my goals. Keep my passion in my soul. Things you hear me always say. Don't be a little bitch today. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got it? Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got it? Cash is trash. Cash is trash. I believe I make my money work for me. For me. Spread the word far and wide. I hustle day and night to live that 10x life. Take my money, take my stuff. Send me far away enough. I will make it anyway. 'Cause I was born and bred that way. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money today? Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? My motto every day. Yeah. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. Rule one, getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living adding digits, comma zeros and some decimals.
Okay, notice on page 32. You have 13 units and we're able to raise the rent $60 and your market's trading at a 6 cap. This is the data you have to have. And your occupancy is 96.
And by the way, like a lot of people are asking questions about how do I know the cap rate in my market? How do I know the rents in my market? Like you guys actually, if you're making calls on deals, which we'll talk about tomorrow, like the brokers will tell you all this stuff.
Everything.
Hey, what's the market trading at right now? What are the average rents in the market right now?
This is not like a weather report, okay? This is like, boom, it is data. This is why I keep saying everything is factual. You don't need to believe anything from anyone. Show me. Don't tell me. It's going to be disclosed. Everything in real estate. The thing I like about it is that first word, real. This isn't you believing. Like if the guy won't tell you the property, the address, the owner, what happened, dude, don't talk to him, okay? Because there's a record on real estate. It's not, this isn't, you have to trust people. Number 2, you have 40 units and we're able to raise the rent $60 and your market's trading at a 5 cap. You'll know what it's trading at. You'll know what the occupancy is. Okay, what's the increased value? Now, I've never seen anybody do increased value other than myself. This is a hack. I'm assuming the property is worth what it is. What I'm looking for is the increased value to figure out what I can do for myself and my investors. Because why else would you want to invest in the real estate if it doesn't have an increased value? Okay, and then deal 3 was 200 units. We have the answers, right answers for these?
Do we have them in the, like, is there a key, guys?
Should be. I mean, everybody's going to come up with the same answer. Let me just ask this. What number, put in the chat, what number did you guys, on page 34, deal number 3, what value did y'all come up with? Everybody's coming up with 950,000.
That's deal 1 right there.
I need deal 3.
No, that's the next page. Yeah, keep going. Here.
Yeah, 950,000. Everybody came up with the same number. It don't matter how stupid you are. You don't have to be like, I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying, I know a lot of people think they're stupid at math. That's the formula. Use the formula. Everybody comes up with the same answer. The bank will, the seller will, the buyer will, the next buyer will, the guy shopping the deal will. Everybody is going to use the same exact math. So when I have somebody, I'm working a deal. How many other people are looking at the deal? Oh, there's 6 other guys on it. Okay, guess what? All 6 are coming up with the same numbers I'm coming up with. There's nothing tricky here. This is not subjective. Is that the right word?
Yeah. Yes. Subjective.
Yeah, this is objective. This is bang. Okay, and you go to China, it's the same math, by the way. It doesn't matter where it is. Okay. Let's bring some people. Because we're going to do finding deals tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Do we have anybody that can talk about what kind of experience they've had?
Yeah, let's bring up Rich, guys. I think Rich is here.
Hey guys, how are you?
Rich, what's going on, bud? How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, good to see you here. So, what have you thought so far of the training today?
It's been outstanding.
Yeah.
You know, I just retired from the military, and I've been doing single-family residences. But this training is foundational, absolutely astounding.
When did you start following Grant's real estate training?
You know, probably about a year or 2 ago. I went through the free event, then this interactive, and then I went down to the real estate summit after signing up for the mentorship program.
And did you own any real estate when you got started with the program?
You know, just single family primarily, but you know,
like a
Grant said,
primary
it's
residence,
a
or were you like what were you doing in single family? Did you own a home, or were you buying and flipping houses, or what were you doing?
We were wholesaling, buying and flipping, but it's a grind and it's unsustainable, and you're always chasing that next deal. It got to be too much.
And so you mentioned that you're in the mentoring program. What have you gotten from that program since you've been in it?
You know, aside from the information that's presented on the weekly calls, I have an incredible sense of confidence. I've gotten in several negotiations with brokers, and I've gotten this confidence. It's allowed me to talk to them effectively and talk to sellers, and they take you seriously, like you have some real credibility. And that's from knowing the numbers and knowing the deal and listening to the trainings. And like Grant said, the numbers are the numbers. And the better you know the numbers, the more confident you'll be.
So then you mentioned education a few times, and so some of the big components of what we do is obviously education, number one, but then also we provide a big community and access to a network. Which one of those has been more important for you?
I can't say that one is more important than the other, because network education without network work doesn't give you anywhere to apply the education. Networking without education might get you in the room, but you don't know what you're talking about. So you need them both.
Yeah, that's right.
And what since you've been in the group, you mentioned that you've taken a couple swings at a deal. Have you done any deals? Do you have deals under contract? Like where are you at personally?
I submitted a few LOIs that I didn't get because the properties were overvalued. But just recently, I submitted an LOI on a property here in Central Florida in Orlando. And I got into the due diligence. I ended up walking away from the deal because one of Grant's point was, real estate taxes and insurance. I got a real live insurance quote. That changed the price of the deal by $2 million. And once I told the broker that, I said, look, sorry, I'm out. He says, I have several other buyers. It's okay. And I knew from talking to Grant that was probably a load of hogwash.
Rich, have they sold that asset?
No, the broker wants to circle back around and call me next week.
Good. So here's a situation where he knew to underwrite something else, had confidence that he wasn't under. Are you cutting back to me, guys? That we don't see that, Johnny. So that you didn't feel stupid, even though he was kind of calling you stupid. You're like, okay, whatever, bro. And then that deal is still on the market, by the way. You guys are going to see a lot of that. Probably somewhere between 45 and 60% of all the assets being marketed right now are actually not ready for sale right now. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow, where to find real urgent buyers. Rich, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you.
Let's go to Bob next.
Hey, Grant, appreciate you.
Thanks, Rich. Bob, how are you, bud?
I'm doing great, Jared. How are you? Hi, Grant.
Bob, how you doing?
Doing excellent, man. Thanks for being here.
Awesome.
So when did you start? First of all, where are you from? What market are you in?
I'm from New Jersey, but that's really not our market. From what we learned from being in the mentor club, it's really not a place to look for real estate.
When did you get started following Grant's programs, his training for real estate?
I was training for real estate last year. We went to this summit where I bought my son the ticket. He's 22 years old, just getting out of college. So I bought him a ticket to come to the summit so he has some options when he graduated. And, after that, we went down to the real estate summit and then joined the mentor program there. Now he's in the club also.
And when you started doing stuff with us, did you guys own any real estate other than a primary residence?
Just a primary residence, and we just turned that into a 2-family, so it started to cash flow. And I thought that was the greatest thing since sliced bread until I sat through the summit. I realized we're way off.
So what have you learned since being a part of the mentoring program and also the club?
I learned a ton. You can't do it alone. You really can't. There's a lot to learn, but you also, when we're in this mentor program, if there's something we don't know, we just reach out to people. We can log on. We have the app. We log on 24/7. If we have something we don't know, we get an answer back from 3 or 4 people right away. So you don't have to know everything. I mean, I was that type of guy that I wouldn't do anything until I felt I knew everything, which meant I did nothing. Then I come in here, and my son Jake is the opposite. You just point him in a direction, he starts running full speed. So we're a good team.
And so you what was the business? You owned a marketing agency, yeah?
Yeah, 20 years I owned a marketing agency, and I had just sold that last year also. So the timing of coming across this was perfect.
And so you didn't own any real estate other than your home that you turned into a multi-unit rental. What's happened for you since you guys have been in the program? What kind of deals have you done? What are you involved in?
Well, we put 2 under contract all the way, and there's actually an LOI on the third. Both these deals are $2 million deals too. So
Wow.
you guys are changing our legacy here. You know, the family lineage has just changed in less than a year.
How old are you, Bob?
I'm 60 and Jake's 22.
Well, good for you, man. Now, where are you guys looking? Jake, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Grant? How you doing, man?
Good, man. Why aren't you guys looking in New Jersey, though? I'm looking at a deal on CoStar in New Jersey right now that's at auction, 4 units, and the starting bid is $350,000. Here's another deal, 3 units, $575,000. Why did you get the feeling like that was the wrong market for you to be in?
We did look at them, and we actually walked them with the brokers. And the areas were pretty bad. You know, it wasn't anything I'd want to own once we hit the property. But then the other thing is that it's not landlord friendly here.
Yeah.
You know, if we run into any problems, why buy here if we don't have to? So
yeah.
Then we started looking in the Carolinas and Florida and Texas.
Yeah. Cool, man. That's great. Well, glad to see you guys doing so well. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thanks for having us. We appreciate you guys.
Do we have Sarah?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, Sarah. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for being here. So what market are you in? What part of the country are you in?
I've been looking all over, but I'm actually in North Carolina, and I'm starting to look in the Charlotte area now.
Awesome. And when did you get started going through Grant's programs as training?
3 months ago in March.
And did you own any investment real estate at the time? Like, what was your background?
So I've been a passive investor since 2021 and actually a member of another program before I joined here. So I'm thrilled with the program. I have learned and gotten more confidence in the last 3 months than I have in 3 years of the other program.
So you're passively investing since 2021. Yeah. You're in another group. I guess that's 1, 2, 3 years. You've been with us for 3 months, and you say you learned more in 3 months than you have in the 3 years in the other group.
Yes, and the confidence I've gained has been just phenomenal.
So in our program, through the education, the training, the coaching calls, the community and the network, which one of those do you think has been most valuable for you?
It's hard to pick, really. I think both. The network is important. The education is also important. You have access to people that have been that have 1,000 or more units that are willing to help you. And you get a lot of tribal knowledge, help with deals, things that you really need to be successful that I wasn't getting from my other program.
And
she called that tribal?
Yeah.
Tribal knowledge. Tribal.
And so what's been your biggest win in the program?
My biggest win is the ability to talk to brokers. Like before I joined this program, I would call a broker. They would never even call me back because I would just and ha and didn't really know what I was talking about. And now I have brokers sending me stuff.
Totally different, man.
You know, I can say to them, they'll be like, so what are you going to do for financing? I said, you bring me a deal and the numbers work and I'll get the money. You don't worry about that.
Yeah.
And they believe me.
100%.
Unbelievable because it's true.
Because you believe you can get the money now.
Right.
Because she's connected to a network now. Let me just say this, and this has been referenced a couple of times now, guys. Sherry and Jared and I were talking about this. There's a great book by Steve Schwartzman about whatever it takes. And we were on the break, and
He founded Blackstone.
The founder of Blackstone. He's worth $48 billion. And he grew up in the Northeast where, he grew up at a breakfast table where hedge funds was a conversation. I didn't hear the word hedge fund until I was 45 years old. I was not in that environment. So the environment that you're in, your education, we both went to college, by the way. We both got accounting degrees, okay? We both had finance degrees. But he was in a network that had a different conversation about accounting and finance than I was having in the bayous of Louisiana. So the moment we drop you into an education where the people around you are talking about more than a foreclosure or an auction or some single family home that went to the bank or flipping and wholesaling. Like when the conversation changes and all of a sudden people start hearing about, I can get 44 units, I can get the equity for 400 units, dude, everything changes. So it's awesome to see that you're an example of what the power of this network and what it's doing for other people.
Yes, thank you so much, Grant. You really care and you really want us to succeed, and that's really important.
Yeah. Well,
And
we
I just want to
we
say
need
one.
more women investing in real estate. Like there's not enough women in real estate controlling the real estate. There's plenty of them investing in it, but not enough women controlling the game.
So, Sarah, what would you say to somebody that's on the fence about moving forward and doing something more with us?
Honestly, I was skeptical too. Don't get me wrong, but just hearing Grant and how much he cares, and I actually was coming down to my last $5,000 and I spent it, and I do not regret it for even a second. It's the best decision I could have ever made.
Really
So thank
appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Congratulations, Sarah. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
And then I think we got Jody. There he is. Jody,
Hey, Derek.
what's going on, brother? How are you?
I'm doing well, man.
So, where are you based out of?
I'm based out of Conroe, Texas, which is near Houston.
Conroe, Texas. I love it. And so, how long have you been following Grant's training and been a part of the programs?
I've been a part since October of 2023.
So coming up, what is that? 9 months, 8 months?
Yeah. Less than a year.
What's your background? Are you like a real estate investor background, or what's your background?
I have zero real estate experience. I have 28 years as a computer programmer in the IT industry.
And so, what prompted you to decide to start doing more investing in the programs and digging into real estate?
When we lived in New Orleans back after Hurricane Katrina, we had our realtor actually approached us about leasing out our home because we ended up moving out of town for about a year. And it was a great experience. It was actually, broker was actually with the same firm of the property Grant was looking at in Lake Charles earlier today. And so it was a great experience. Manager, we didn't have to touch it at all. And, we knew we wanted to do it again, but we knew we didn't have the education. We knew what we didn't know was going to trip us up.
And so, since you've been a part of the programs, what have been the kind of the biggest takeaways for you? What have been the biggest things that you've learned?
You have to educate yourself. It took me 18 years to find what Grant had. I saw him doing an interview with Robert Kiyosaki. Robert's like, hey, start small with one. And I didn't know who Grant was. And Grant's like, hey, start big with multifamily. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's what I want to hear. And so I found him on Instagram, followed his path, and everything that he was talking about was exactly what I've been looking for 18 years. My 401k had increased an average of 1% over those years and was nowhere near what I wanted to be. But the education was exactly what I was looking for, and the network that came with it it exponentially grew the value of the program.
Was the education or the community more valuable to you, or was either one more valuable?
The education is the foundation. You're going to have a better relationship with the network if you do the work. You have to be intentional about what you're doing here. It's not a magic pill. You have to want to educate yourself, and so I think they go hand in hand.
And so, since you've been a part of the program since October of 2023, you own zero real estate. Where are you at right now? What do you own? What have you done?
Next month, I'll be part of, it'll be my 6th deal that I've been part of that's closed. 3 as an LP, limited partner, and 2 as a general partner. And I raised over almost $1 million on another deal. So 6 deals in total, just about 800 doors.
Crazy.
Well done, man. Well done. Every time you guys brought up a city that you're from, I go to the city. Like I just have this as a habit. When somebody says Conroe, Texas, I go North Houston, Conroe, put it in my search. There's an 8-unit deal in Conroe that looks like it just got under contract. The rents on this little beast are $1,200 a month, and it looks like it sold for $124,000 a unit. So that hits the 1% rule, like immediately indicates. But see, Jody would be somebody I could call and say, bro, do you know this location in Conroe? Oh, yeah, Grant, I already know the deal, looked at it, don't worry about it. Or I know the deal, or it's under contract already, don't waste your time, but I know about another deal. That is the value of the network. And that with network and confidence, you guys will actually do deals the way Jody talked about doing deals. So just want to wrap up today and prepare you guys for tomorrow.
Thanks for being here, Jody.
Thanks, Jody. Remember this, okay? The deal is senior to everything. If there's no deal, there is no money. If there's no deal, there's no conversation. If there's no deal, there's no deal. Like, you got to have a deal. All right. Number two, the deal will provide debt. Okay. Now the debt can come from a number of sources. It could come from the seller. We're going to be talking about how to get sellers to carry debt tomorrow. My friend Pace Morby talks about subject to. There's plenty of that, but you got to know what vein of asset you're looking for. Like, the stuff that we buy at Cardone Capital will never, ever, ever be a subject to deal. It will never happen. But there are assets where you can look and say, I'm going to get a subject to, okay? Then the cash. Guys, there's so much money on this planet, it's unbelievable. This is not your problem, even though most of you, by survey, say this is the problem. This is not the problem, but you think it is, but it is not. Most of you have cash as the most important thing, and it's not. It's actually buried in the middle. I could even do this. I could almost do this. Like, it's not even important. That's how little it matters. This matters, though. Who do you know that knows somebody? You know, there's this thing about we're 8 degrees separated from everybody that you need to meet. Really, you're the 8 degrees, but also a conversation, okay? Because in real estate, you're not going to get a lender from your bank to do the real estate that we're talking about. So you just have to know how to communicate to this network of people, this network of, they say your network is your, okay, number 5, do I have confidence to do the deal? And confidence can come from different sources. It can come from the fact that Jody, that talked to us a few minutes ago, says, hey man, that's a terrible location in Conroe. Or I call my cousin, oh yeah, I'm gonna drive that deal today. I didn't have to drive it. He's gonna drive it for me and call me later and tell me about the deal. So a number of you also heard people bring up the mentoring club. We have a mentoring club. I got people in the chat asking us about it right now. It's a 12-month opportunity for you to join us at Cardone Enterprises, our educational branch, where we support you in a monthly for 12 months in a weekly mentoring program, Q&A calls once a week that are recorded, okay?
For an entire year.
For an entire 12 months to look at deals, to answer questions on deals, to answer questions about debt, to answer questions about interest rates, underwriting, purchase and sale agreements, due diligence, what to look for. Like, there's so many things that when you're in a deal, you're going to have a question about. Okay, and we're here to support you. 52 weeks. You can join as many as you want. If you can't make it, it's also recorded so you can go back and tap into it. Also included in the 12-month mentoring is
the Introduction to Buying Apartments course.
The Introduction to Buying Apartments course. I hit this. Yeah, there you go. This is a 16-hour course on the basics of 4 units, 14, 24, 32, and 44 unit purchases, okay? Fantastic program. If you wanted to purchase this, you can go to grantcardone.com, grantcardone.com, and you can find it on our website. It's a $10,000
It includes a home study manual that goes along with it so that you can track everything that you're doing and you can follow along, and it's got a workbook that you can actually work everything out on.
So it comes with this book right here, and I'm telling you, you can buy it on the website, but you can get it here for free. Okay, so if you want to buy it, we've sold many of these programs for $10,000. We're going to give it to you when you join our mentoring club for free, and you have lifetime access. Okay. Number 3, the real estate masterclass. We're going to extend your masterclass to a lifetime access. You never have to give this back. Never expires. There's 100 people in this room. In this masterclass that I did, it's a recorded event for 2 days. Everyone in that room paid $10,000 to be there. 16 hours, Grant Cardone answering master class real estate questions from masters in the real estate space. Very exclusive group of people. This program's worth millions of dollars, okay? And we're going to give you lifetime access to that. Also, the real estate resource book. I think this is my resource book right here. This book. This is actually what you'll get right here. This has got due diligence, purchase and sale agreements, rent rolls, how to underwrite, monthly checklist, management checklist, apartment leases, lease contracts. Like, these are all things that you would actually go to a lawyer to create for you, that I've given you what we use so you can have the blueprint or the boilerplate of what we use. I've done $5 billion worth of deals with these exact templates that we're going to give to you in this resource book. You can also buy this on our website if you want to for $2,500, but we're going to give it to you for free. Okay. For those of you that want to take the advantage of this network and this opportunity, we'll give you the real estate book, we'll give you the master class, the apartment book, and the private networking group. This is on Telegram.
Telegram, yeah.
So it's private. Some people feel like the Telegram group that we have created with our networking is the most valuable thing we've ever done at our company. I've done some crazy things over here, including 34,000 person stadiums.
There's thousands of people in this group, and all day long, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, people are going through here. I don't know if you can zoom in on this or not, but all they're doing is they're going in here and they're putting feedback. Michael's writing something right now. I can see his Jody's talking about Conroe, Bobby. They're telling people where they're at. Kimberly, Martin Lewis, Shrug.
Ask, does anybody know about that deal in Lake Charles? You see, immediately I'm going to go to my Telegram group and say, hey, guys, you guys know this deal in Lake Charles? Or do you know that 4-unit deal in Conroe? Right? Or does anybody know the deal NEMA in Chicago? Like, these are deals I'm working on. So I'm going to go to this group of, like, this is like having a freaking army, bro. Like, you know, if I'm going to go to Israel, do I want people to show me around? Of course. It's not just who you know, it's who knows you that could show you the way, all right? So there's a private networking group we're going to give you access to.
Michael Abernathy just says, hey, Jody, because Jody's in the group. Hey, Jody, just saw you on Grant's Real Estate Live Interactive. So it's just a built-in network of thousands of people here.
Also, we're going to give you access to our next
The first 100, we can do the first 100.
First 100 people that take advantage of this mentoring opportunity, we're going to give you 2 days live real estate summit. We only have so many seats available for this, so once we sell out, and I can't make a bigger room. Okay, 2 days live, July what?
15 and 16.
Okay,
here in Miami.
2 weeks,
yep.
less than 3 weeks away. You fly in. It's a $5,000 seat. That's what it costs the room to buy that seat. And this is a fantastic 2 days.
And the great news is you can come live or virtually to this event. I would recommend that you come live because there's going to be about 1,200 other investors there. I talked to one of the guys that's a member of the mentoring group yesterday, actually, and he was saying, man, I just want to meet these people before I start doing deals with them. And the Real Estate Summit is a great place to do it. 1,200 people, highest concentration at any one point in time during the month of July, that 1,200 investors will all be together that are actively trying to go out and find deals, buy deals, do deals together, raise money and all that.
Lenders in the room, sellers in the room, buyers in the room, money in the room.
The networking there is going to be
The last
insane.
time we did one of these, Cardone Capital raised $16 million for our deals. So deals happen. By the way, in our mentoring club and our real estate club last year, some almost $600 million was raised between those two networking events, okay? So the 12-month coaching calls, this is what you get when you make a decision to join this opportunity. 12-month of coaching calls, real estate masterclass, introduction to buying apartments, real estate resource book, private networking group, and we're going to do the whole thing for $5,000, okay? You can call my office if you have questions, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. I want you to join. I want you to be part of this, okay? We'll do everything we can to help you get a deal this year. Also, Jared wants to say.
Yeah, so I just want to let you guys also know that if you go to grantcardone.com, when you go to grantcardone.com/join right now, we also have payment plans that are available for you. So if you can't swing the full thing today, we do have payment plans available. If one of those plans doesn't work for you, call the office.
We'll work it out.
310-777-0255. We have other options. 310-777-0255. And then Grant wanted to make the deal even sweeter on this because we know that a lot of people, they're uncertain. They're trying to figure out, is it going to work for me? How's it going to work? We have a 100% risk-free guarantee here. And the way that it works is if you don't do a deal or invest in a deal in your first 12 months on the program, being connected to the community, having access to all the programs, meeting all the new people, if you don't do a deal or invest in a deal in the first 12 months, the second year is going to be on us for free. So you can go to grantcardone.com/join to take advantage of this right now. Remember, for the first 100, we're going to get you a ticket live. Hopefully you can attend live with us to the summit coming up in 2 weeks. We do this event a couple times a year. If you have questions, you can call.
And if you can't make the next one, right, and you want to make the one after that, that's fine. We'll hook you up. It's not a lose it or use it. When you hit one of the first 100, and over 100 people will take advantage of this. Guys, if you can get in the room with me and the other investors, don't miss this opportunity, okay? Can you post the last slide? Somebody's asking on the breakdown. This is what's included. Just go over it again, Jared, what's included, okay?
Yeah, so what you're going to get is you're going to get access from the education side. You're going to get access to the Introduction to Buying Apartments course. This is a 16-hour program that includes literally the A to Z's of doing deals. We took Grant out of Miami. We took him down to Turks and Caicos. We shot the whole thing down there. It's beautifully done. It includes the home study manual here.
We cut out the part where Jared got slammed on some Turks and Caicos 200% rum.
Because he gave me a rum and Coke with he made it for me, which was the mistake that I made. That was a huge mistake.
We got that clip.
Take it. Do not go there.
Dude,
Johnny.
he got so slammed. I've never seen anybody this drunk in my life.
I've never been that drunk around him ever. And it was his fault that he gave me that overproof Turks and Caicos rum.
Dude, that's
it was fire. So you're going to get the full home study manual there. It's probably a 140-page book. You're also going to get access to the resource guide, which is all the deal docs that you'll need. Again, use this as a boilerplate, as a template. Have your legal teams go through it and look at everything before you send it out. Is always going to be recommended to do that. But it's a huge start to at least know what you're going to need to have.
Our subscription letter is there. I raised, I don't know, $20 or $30 million on the subscription letter that I used in there with family and friends in the beginning before we became a much bigger operation.
You're also going to get access to Grant's Real Estate Masterclass, which was the 2-day live masterclass event. We did this right after a big event that we did here in Miami a few years back. 100 people all paid 10 grand a seat to be in the room for 2 days. So that's another 16 hours of content that you're going to get access to. You should have already had our Dictionary of Multifamily Real Estate Terms. If you don't, we'll get you a copy of that as well. The first 100, again, are going to get access to the live Real Estate Summit ticket. So you get some online programs, you get a live event, and then what I think is probably one of the most valuable elements of this program is the network of people through our weekly coaching calls and the networking group. So every Friday at 3 p.m., we do a live call. Every week you show up, come prepared with all of your questions. You get to ask the team. You get to ask Grant when he's there. You get to ask your questions and get them answered by people that are actually doing deals in the market.
And if you don't feel like you got your money's worth, whatever that is to you, I don't care. You make up whatever the number is for you, okay? We'll give you the second year free. If you can't get it done in 2 years, dude, I'll give you the third year free. Okay, I want you in a club. I want to provide you with a network. I'll do everything I can to make sense of this for you. I can't make you commit. Only you can do that. Okay, so if you're in, okay, it's going to be a blast. By the way, we always have fun, but more importantly, we are going to help you do deals. Okay, or find people that are doing deals so you can invest in deals. You cannot make money investing in real estate if you don't invest in real estate. You don't learn here. You learn how to actually pull the trigger and invest in deals and buy deals in your market.
Let's do some Q&A.
Yeah, I will. It's a $32,000 savings. If you're in, just put I'm in. If you hadn't figured out the money yet, call my office. And I want to support you. I'm here for you, okay? I literally am on, we do a call every week. Mm-hmm. I am on 75% of these phone calls. Mm-hmm. So we're here to help you. I jump in as much as I can, answer as many questions I can. We have a great team supporting you, helping you, answering your questions. We meet twice a year at here in our offices for people that want to bring deals into our office. So
it's part of the club.
It's part of our club. So we're doing a lot actively with real estate where we see deals. So each week, the reason I bring that up is you get to see deals that between the mentors and the club that we're actually doing, okay? All right, I see a lot of people joining us, a lot of people hooking up with us. Let's do some Q&A right now. If you guys have some questions.
Just raise your hand, yeah.
About today. About Annabelle, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? Grant, quick question. The plantation multi-unit, did you already close on that or is that available?
It's available for investors, but we closed it last Wednesday. 1 week ago, 9 days ago. We closed it with all cash, but it still has room for investors to get in.
How can I get that info? I just joined a few weeks ago.
How liquid are you? How much money do you have?
I have quite a bit of liquid money.
How much liquid money do you have?
Well, I have about, I can give you over $1 million.
Okay. I'm going to have somebody reach out to you today, all right?
Another one.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
You guys
Let's get Annabelle's last name and get that over to Andreas or Ryan.
Yeah. Now, this is a perfect example, okay? This is a living, breathing, organic example. I just gave you guys access. If she has $1 million of liquid, you know that number's really more like 6. How close am I, Annabelle? 6?
Pretty close, yep.
Yeah, I bet you it's over 6 too. I bet you it's above 6. Yeah, see, so this is the beauty of being in a network, guys. Like I told my kids are like, Papa, should we go to college? The only reason to go to college is to go to the colleges where you can meet the most powerful people in the world. You don't go there to learn something. You go there to meet the players and the names, the power families, okay? And that's what we're creating with this network. So that's a perfect example.
Yeah.
Let's go
William.
Let's go to Cashflow William.
Hey. Donde estamos nosotros.
Okay. Hey, let's mute Annabelle. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, William.
Got his white beater shirt on, got his cash flow hat going.
No, appreciate it. I'm just trying to, I want to make sure, so I've been doing land deals for a long time, bought land, parceled them out, sold them off, did extremely well. I'm also an investment banker, so I'm no stranger to doing deals or dealing with banks. Just getting into the multifamily side of the business. I've got quite a bit of cash to deploy just because I've basically liquidated all the land that I had here recently and did very well with it. My question really comes down to statement of assets. So, I feel that my desirable area would be 100 units plus because I can kind of have a built-in property management, built-in maintenance.
Yeah, where do you live?
I live in Dallas, Texas.
Okay. What a great market right now, bro.
And even Dallas, I don't have to be localed on Dallas. I'm looking at tertiary markets. I'm looking at Oklahoma. I'm looking where the growth populations are starting to excel.
Yeah.
But do I take all my cash and buy my main question? Do I take all my cash and buy one big deal?
Yeah.
And my concern about that is I only have one line item on a statement of assets, or do I take all the cash I have and break this up and start to look at multiple deals so I can kind of build out that statement of assets?
One line item on your statement of assets, and it was producing $500 million of revenue.
Let me just back up. Let's just back up to like your market. Dallas is your market, bro. Just like Dallas Fort Worth is going to just vomit. Billions and billions of dollars is about to be wealth transferred from institutions to people like you, okay? Because like literally, I am stealing assets from institutions right now. That Jacaranda deal is 80 million below what they should have sold it for. I bought a deal from the same group 3 weeks before that, 75 million below market. Like I'm stealing from institutions. I'm a regular everyday person. I would rather have one big line item on my schedule of assets, one trophy, than have 3 deals. And now what you should do, you need to learn how to take. How much money do you actually have?
Right now I got about $2 million to play with.
So $2 million. What I would do is tell you your $2 million could be at least 20 million raised, and 20 million would buy 80 million, which could do one big giant trophy, or it could be 2 or 3 trophies. But we'll show you how, dude. I'll introduce you to the room. When you bring $2 million to a deal, all of a sudden everybody in the room, the people that have money show up different too.
And I got a follow-up question. So, and then part of me says put some pause because a lot of these banks are going to start calling some debt pretty soon. And
yeah, let me just tell you, like these deals that are going to go to lenders this time, they're not going to be with a lender very long. All of this will be bought. Okay. Some people believe that the correction's already in place, meaning some of these assets have already traded. Like the sellers this time are not the strippers and the Domino Pizza delivery guys. It's J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, KKR, like Blackstone. Blackstone is a net seller right now, okay? The Cortland groups, like I know every one of these groups, like you just need to think about how do you raise 20 million off your 2.
So you're saying syndicate and go and get a bigger deal?
100%. Everybody here should be thinking about syndication. This is a chance for regular people in America to actually become almost institutional.
But as these banks start to flush some of these off their books, those are the deals to be buying, right? That would be.
Yeah, but these assets are so many people want these assets. They're not going to an auction.
People are asking to explain syndication.
They're not going to auction. Okay, these deals are not these. I'm getting a phone call. Hey, bro, would you be a buyer for this deal? I got one yesterday for an 800-unit deal. They already know I'm in the lineup. They don't want to go to an auction. They don't want to go through a process.
So you think it's better to take a passive approach and just join in with others and not be the general partner on it and be more of a limited partner?
Either way, bro, money's money. It doesn't matter to me. Like you at the end of the day, if your 2 million becomes 10 million, what do you care if you're the general partner or limited partner? I'm a limited partner in a company that I own. I hope the guy makes more money than I've ever made in my whole life. Like I just hope he goes public and it just spews $10 billion and I get half. I don't care where it comes from. Nobody's gonna know. So I just want to score. The best real estate is the thing. Now you guys are asking the question about syndication. What is syndication? Syndication is basically what I do. Okay, I go find a deal. Okay, I negotiate the deal. I buy the deal and get it under contract, and then I syndicate it to as many of my friends and partners. They're partners really. Like, and I'm like, you guys want a piece of this deal? And then as many people come in to buy this deal as one. And I end up with whatever percentage, or I end up with some of it, none of it, all of it, whatever. Okay?
And I think it's important to say too, like when you syndication is having other people that you bring into the deal that you raise money from. So if the deal requires, like for example, with William, if he needs to go he's going to go do a deal for $30 million, and he needs to raise 10 million. He's got 2 now. He would go out and syndicate the rest of that money. He'd go out and get other investors to come in.
Maybe from the network.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
From the mentoring club.
But what a lot of people think is that, well, I don't want to bring partners in because, then that's going to cut into the returns. The return on your money is the return on your money. It doesn't change if there's 100 partners or 2 partners. Yeah. Your return is your return.
Yeah, and this is how you create wealth, folks. Okay, Warren Buffett doesn't own Apple Computer. He owns 11% of Apple Computer, and he made $500 billion last year. So you don't have to 500 million. So you don't have to own the entire thing. And in real estate, nobody owns the whole thing anyway. Syndication is going to a bank and getting a loan. I syndicated with a lender. Okay, we just want to show you some other ways to do it. Also, the fact that you're moving away from land into multifamily, you know that there's some advantages to what I'm doing with multifamily that you don't have in land. It's a lot of waiting on that land, and yeah, go ahead.
So with 2 million, would you try to go into multiple syndicated deals and de-risk yourself on some level, or would you try to do all of it into one syndicated deal?
No, I'm gonna show you. Let me just show you this right here. This is Dallas, 4 to 32 units. Okay, there's no shortage of deals. I don't know if you can see my screen here. Let me open this up to 300 units. Okay, it just doubled up, bro. I mean, the best deals, by the way, the stealing is going to be at the top of the food chain this cycle. This is not going to be the bottom of the food chain. The garbage, the best assets are going to be where all the thievery takes place this time, meaning monster deals. I'll show you a deal I'm looking at right now. I've been hunting this deal, and these guys have seen me hunt deals for 2 and 3 years. The best stuff doesn't come home easy, man. Like this deal right here, I'm hunting this deal right. This is a beast. This is a big one. This is one of the top 10 assets in America. Like all you got to do is one of these, man.
You're not worried about Chicago being a blue state?
Nah, man. Shit, I'm in Miami, bro. What color do you think it is here? It's blue in Miami. It'll never be red. Okay, any major city in America. Basically, America is a red country with a bunch of big-ass blue states.
Right.
Because the cities are broke. The cities are broke. And if the cities are broke, the only way you solve that is to give money to the people to keep them from burning the city to the ground. So every major city in America, San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Houston, Texas, Dallas. Dallas is freaking blue, bro. Austin is goddamn blue to the bone. Phoenix is going to go blue. Los Angeles.
Because all the California's moving there.
San Diego's blue now. All major cities are blue. Don't worry about it. Okay. What you need to worry about is the eviction policies. 1, 2. You need to worry about how desirable is the asset. Because if the asset's desirable, the people don't fuck around.
And you don't think rent caps are going to be an issue in these really blue states?
There's no rent caps on that building. New stuff being built, they're going to enforce rent caps. Now, this is really important for everybody in the room, and this is why the Q&A is so important. When they put new eviction regulations, and when they put rent caps on buildings, what happens to the prices of the property in those markets?
They go down.
They explode.
Really?
Because
on rent caps?
the ones that don't have the rent caps, bro, are the ones that go to the moon.
Yes.
See? So because it's new stuff being built, okay? And when they start putting rent caps on the new stuff, the builders quit building. And when the builders quit building, okay, the values of the properties explode because we have a supply problem. Supply and demand is the only thing that controls prices. Supply and demand. And we don't have enough supply. Immigration is great for landlords. Okay, you guys, you MAGA freaks out there that are all worried about all the immigrants coming in this country. Let me tell you, if you own real estate, you fucking love immigrants. Okay, you know why? Particularly the illegal immigrants. They are never late. Okay, they might blow up your building, but they will not cause problems there. Because if they cause problems, they get deported. So they either blow the whole thing up, take it to the ground, or they just operate correctly. And this whole country's on immigrants, man. I mean,
it was built on immigrants.
We wouldn't have housing in this country if it wasn't for immigrants. So 99% of the immigrants that are coming to this country, they just want a good job, bring their family here, make money. There is a small percentage that everybody should be concerned about, clearly. But the regulation thing, don't worry about it. Anyway, bro, you're in the right space, you're in the right time. You'll be a great addition to our club, and I hope you take advantage of it.
Stephen Johnson.
Stephen, let's go to Stephen. Good questions here.
How you doing, Grant?
Stephen, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, bud. So basically, where I'm at in this right now is, okay, so a little bit of my background. My dad and I, we have a family business. We own, well, we're working on our sixth one, but Ace Hardware stores in Southern California. So I have some stocks that do good actually right now. I'm kind of doing 13% return. I want to start investing into, obviously, multifamily or partnering with investors so I can, shadow learn. It's smarter to take a smaller piece of a bigger pie if you get the knowledge. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Right now, I probably have about 150 to throw in comfortably, up to 200. But again, I'm starting to take over the business. The succession plan's coming in. The buildings that our businesses are in are all paid for. Yeah, so I'm just trying to get the game plan of then where to put the money into, to reinvest in, and kind of just learning everything from you guys.
So the buildings the 6 buildings of the Ace Hardwares, you guys own those buildings free and clear, or they're almost all paid for?
We own 5, and we're buying a 6th one in about a month and a half.
So what would you do basically? He's got 150 grand in cash, and he's got 5 commercial buildings that they occupy that they are almost free and clear.
Yeah, well,
anywhere from 8,000 square feet up to 16,000 square feet buildings.
Well, I'd get your 150,000, your 200 grand, whatever your number is, probably 200. I'd get your 200 invested immediately and go to zero. I would not have money sitting around. The reason you haven't taken debt on those other 4 deals is because you have money. You get rid of your money, and then you would go to the bank and actually get loans on those 4 properties when the interest rates hit a certain level. But in the meantime, your Ace Hardwares, those are doing their deal. You can only grow them so much. I would be looking at getting networking into the same market that you're already in. You're in a market, you already know the market, you already know the community, you already know what's parts of the community work, and I would start raising money to do deals in that community. This is a no-brainer for you. You're already in it, bro. It's like all around you, you know?
No, I get that. It's just the scary of it, getting apartments and stuff in California just because of, well,
I wouldn't be scared of California, guys. The right pockets. I'd buy real estate in Santa Monica. You know, I would buy in the Orange County. Shit, wouldn't even think twice about San Diego, parts of San Diego. Wouldn't even think twice about, oh yeah, I'm going to collect my rents. Windy Sea Beach in La Jolla, ain't nobody going to bounce. Okay? Because once they lose, you guys got to understand the law of the land, the natural laws in real estate are more important than the laws imposed by man. And the natural law is, I want to live here. First of all, 90% of all people want to pay their rent. Nobody wants to be a deadbeat. Nobody wakes up in the morning, I want to figure out how not to pay people. Most people want to pay, man. And if they can't pay, they want to leave with grace. Now, there are some people that game the system. Okay? There's markets where gaming becomes popular. But here's the problem with gaming the landlord. You only do it one time. You drag a guy out for 4, 5, 6 months. You will never rent again in America without that freaking following you. So I wouldn't worry about it, dude. Like California is one of the greatest rental markets in the world, not just the country.
I got one last question for you. The only other thing that's holding me back.
Y'all are greedy with your questions.
The only other thing that's holding me back is because my debt to income ratio is a little bit high. The only loans or anything I can find is the DCSRs, and that puts me back up to like a little over 8%. There's no way to make any, from what I can tell, much of any cash flow or anything that makes it worth it without having to throw money in.
So maybe we need to look at maybe we need to look at something that was bought 10 or 15 years ago where there could be an owner carry.
That's kind of what I'm trying to find. But those are just
yeah. But also, let me just say this.
What I can tell.
Let me say this, man. There's deals all across America, bro. You don't have to stay in California.
Yeah.
I mean, I left there 13 years ago. I'm about $1 billion richer for it.
Yeah.
So I go visit California as much as I want, and I never pay them anything. They get an acai bowl from me and some fuel.
Of the businesses.
Boba,
some boba. I eat it. I pay taxes on the meal, but they don't get any property taxes from me anymore. They don't get income taxes from me. They get nothing. So they're going to reverse, by the way. And California is still going to be California, like New York's still going to be New York. Okay, now I don't know when it's going to change again, but there's going to be a moment in all these markets.
San Francisco.
San Francisco will be a buyer's market at some point. When? It's not today, but it'll happen. Okay? Let's go to, by the way, I just want to handle Yvonne that said, go back up a little bit. Thank you, Matt, for being here.
Go back up in the chat.
He's like, I'm a legal alien.
I'm
just a legal alien in America.
Not an immigrant. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I don't know what that means. I don't know the difference, bro. None of that was intended as negative, by the way. My family came here. My grandparents were, my grandfather was an illegal, and the rest of my family were legal. But I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I'm telling you guys, they're great renters. And they're probably going to be renters most of their lives, by the way. Let me just say this. The people that were born in America are going to be renters too. And let me just add to that. A majority of America will be renters for the next 100 years.
Yeah.
You will not have home ownership the way we knew it. That is over, folks. So when the New World Order says you will own nothing and be happy about it, trust me, that is coming. The question is, will you guys own something and be happy about it, or will you own nothing and be happy about it?
And I got a couple questions here. One from Jessica that says, if you're on a payment plan, can you still attend? Yes, 100%. And then also Mike asked a question, and he said, are there payment plans available other than what's on the site? Yes, there are. Just call the office, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255, or you can go to grantcardone.com/join. Let's go to Richard Morea. And to ask a question, just raise your hand, guys. Raise your hand on the bottom. There's a little, I think it says actions or emotions or something like that. If you click that, then you can raise your hand.
Hey, what's up, Grant? Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Thanks for taking my call. So I'm looking to get back into real estate. I owned a multifamily years ago. I moved to Pennsylvania. I live basically in between Philadelphia and New York. It's called Lehigh Valley. The major cities are Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton, which is about a 30 or 40 mile stretch, about 80 miles west of New York. Anyway, I'm having trouble. If you could explain to me how the math works, because if I have, say, maybe 100, 150,000 to invest, I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should do a smaller unit deal, like 4, 5, 6 units versus a 32. Because if I'm only putting in 100 or 150,000 into a 32 unit deal, and I have to raise the balance from other investors, wouldn't my return basically be the same in a 32 unit deal versus a 4, 5, 6 unit deal?
No, because the upside's better for everybody. The upside's bigger, and now you don't have to be the manager. If you only do 4 units, who's picking up the rent checks every month?
Yeah, me.
You don't have enough income, dude. Like, you cannot get the income up high enough to get a manager. Now, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, but I don't mind picking up the rents. It's only 30 minutes away from me. Bro, you do not want to go pick up rents 4 times a month and drive 30 miles to do it. You will lose interest in that property. If it's 44 units, you're like, okay, good. I can have a manager now, and the rents get sent to me. Okay, I got a plumber that needs to go to the place. You do not want to be the plumber. Okay, like you will shoot yourself in the head. So now, that being said, if I just pulled up Philadelphia, I came up with 114 properties that fit a match for you.
Okay.
And again,
that's on one site. Now we just got to add your imagination. So, and this is 4 to 300 units. I put in 4 all the way to 300 units.
And his question really is important that you guys understand. So he's saying, do I take my money and buy a small deal all on my own? Or do I go and put my money with a bunch of other investors and then own a smaller piece of that deal? The return on your money is the return on your money, whether you own 100% of the deal or 1% of the deal. I have a deal. Grant put $30 million, $18 million down on. I put $100,000 down on. The return on my money is the same as the return on his money, but Grant made a really important distinction. The upside on the bigger deals, because the possibility to rent increase, your return can be bigger on a bigger deal. So it's always going to be the same no matter how much money you have in there, but the potential return on the deal, on a big deal, is always going to be better.
I would rather own 1% of a great deal than 100% of a shit deal. I'd rather own 1% of a great deal than all of a medium deal, okay? So, like, if you'd own a tiny piece of NVIDIA, like, you don't need to own it all, man. Nobody does, by the way. The real wealthy do not own the whole thing. They share it. Elon doesn't own all of Tesla, SpaceX, nothing. He owns a piece of something great. Warren Buffett's never owned anything, by the way. He's always the investor. He is never the creator. So we all just need to think differently about, my uncle that I called his son, my cousin, owned 60 Section 8s. My third deal, I owned more real estate than my uncle owned his entire lifetime. For his entire 40 years, he was collecting rents. I've never collected a rent check, ever. I've never done a credit application. I've never done an eviction. I've never removed bed bugs, termites. I've never been on the roof of a place, like nothing. I've never done that. Why? Because I'm a real estate investor, not a manager.
Couple more questions here. So a few guys are asking if CoStar is the same as the Deal Finder. CoStar is a separate platform. Like Grant said, they pay about $120,000 a year for it to have access to it. It's a comprehensive tool, very expensive. We also have our Deal Finder, which Grant mentioned to a few times. If you guys would like to sign up and get access to the Deal Finder, again, call the office, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. When you join the mentoring program at grantcardone.com/join, we're also going to be giving you the underwriting calculator and the increased value calculator. We'll make sure, Rhett, to get those sent out to you
Great
guys.
job, Johnny.
So that you guys can have access to these tools as well. When you join the mentor program, you'll get that, grantcardone.com/join.
Make sure they get that. Show that to them again, because the increased value calculator is somebody's asking about how do I tell my investors what I'm going to get them. I'm like, well, you can't promise anything. The real estate is going to deliver this, not you guys. Like when I talk to my investors about what a deal is going to do, I don't say I'm going to do it. The real estate's going to do this based on the rent calculations, inflation, prices going up, running a property, etc. Like rents just go up. For 40 years since World War II ended, I guess that's 50 years now. No, that's 70 years. No, that's 80 years. Since the end of World War II, there is no decade where rents went down in America. As the rents go up, what controls the price, the value of these properties? The rents. The rents went down, the value of the property would go down. If the rents go up over time, and they do, the value of the property goes up. So we want to make sure you guys have the instant underwriter calculator, which is different than the increased value calculator, which tells me what to pay or offer on a property to provide a return to my investor.
Let's go to Ellis Moorfield. Ellis, thanks for being here. What's your question?
I was just going to ask Grant, what would be the best advice you could give to somebody who's just getting started and is working with a very limited budget getting in?
Well, number one, don't worry about your budget. Worry about your commitment. You guys everybody here worries about their commitment. You guys were all brought up to worry about your money. You need to worry about your commitment. Our parents should have been talking to us about our commitment. Okay? Grant Cardone will run through a wall. He don't need money. So I can figure the money out, dude. All the money you want is connected to a person you haven't met yet and a conversation you can have with them. So if you're not a natural extrovert and you're not naturally good at talking to people, you need real estate. Because the moment I show you a piece of real estate, you're going to ask questions. Every time I've showed a piece of real estate, I showed Nima a few minutes ago. People in the chat just went crazy. Oh my God, oh la la, la la. You're not saying, oh God, look how tall Grant is. No, it's how tall the damn building is. It's goddamn 800 feet. I'm 5'8", man. Ain't nobody ever been impressed by my height. So what do? I show a building, boom, okay? I show a building in Fort Lauderdale. Goddamn, I know that building. See, you need a piece of real estate, bro, to talk about. And so it's, you need confidence. You already live in the marketplace. This is the cool thing about real estate. This is not network marketing. It's not a sales job. This is not an ice cream shop, okay? Some people don't want ice cream. Everybody will talk to you about real estate. There's a couple things people will talk to you about. People will talk to you about health. How's your knees doing, man? How's your ankles doing, man? How's your back doing? They'll talk your teeth. They'll talk about their health, and they'll talk about their real estate. Politics? Nah, I don't want to talk about it. Money? I don't want to tell you. Religion? Let's not discuss it. Real estate? Oh yeah, man. How's real estate doing in your market? I'm a real estate developer. I'm a real estate buyer. I'm a real estate. Oh yeah, what are you buying? What are you doing? It's just an easy conversation to have. So that's what I would tell you. Join the mentoring. Join us, get in this club, and start having conversations with other people that are doing deals.
And one other thing you guys should make a note of about the mentoring program is we have another program called our Real Estate Club. This is where active investors, people that are ready to get started investing, they're already investors. We've got probably 1,000 members in our Real Estate Club. It's a $25,000 program for the year. Our club members get access to the mentoring club the mentoring group as well. And so in the mentoring group, you're going to have mentors in the group that have hundreds of units, thousands of units. You'll have access to those same people in the club so that it will accelerate your learning. And like I think it was Rich that said, when I have a question, I just go into the group and ask it, and there's typically 7 or 8 people that are responding with the answers to the questions. And in most cases, these are people who have done a lot of deals. And so you guys get the share of that knowledge within that community as well. So again, grantcardone.com/join, grantcardone.com/join. Christian is up next. Let's go to Christian Costienes.
And guys, like if I could be with you guys every week for free, I would. But let me just say that it's not fair to the rest of the audience. Everybody in the mentoring wants to know everybody there is serious. Okay? If you guys want to do free stuff with me, go to YouTube. It's like there's 100 hours on YouTube me talking shit. You want to watch Undercover Billionaire? You can watch it, 16 shows, 16 hours. You can watch me suffer for 16 hours. You want to get your questions answered about your market, your city, how to raise money, how to get a deal done, how to underwrite a deal. You want support for 52 weeks of the year and come to our live event, okay, and take advantage of the calculators. And by the way, when we start our coaching calls each week, we're going through pieces and parts of the program that you have. So we're going to listen to a part of the program and then make sure you guys are actually getting through the program to answer your questions. Let's go to
Christian.
Hi.
How are you? Good to have you here.
It's great to see you, and thank you so much for just indulging my question here. I'm a newbie. I'm not going to, waste time giving all my background. I probably have maybe, 20, 30 grand to use unless I tap into my 401k, which I'm actually strongly considering after hearing your talk so far. My question, though, obviously I have a lot of questions, but one thing I was thinking of was how time sensitive is the interval between when you do the intent to buy and securing the debt to closing?
Yeah. Okay. Great question.
And some of the other steps too, like how much is the clock ticking?
Yeah, great question. So your LOI on
letter of intent.
Yeah, is going to lay out exactly what your terms are going to be. So it's going to be like, let's say today is July 1st, right? And I'm going to be like, look, I need 30 days to do my due diligence on the property, okay? In between now and then, there's a purchase and sale agreement that has to be agreed on. This typically buys you, this could be 30 days by itself before this kicks in. There's a purchase and sale agreement, okay? The LOI letter of intent, is going to lay out these things. Today's July 1st. I want to put your deal under contract. You're going to agree to a price. And I'm going to put 1% of that to hold the property. By the way, that 1% is not even cashed. So if it's $4 million, here's $40,000, a $40,000 check, or you put 40 grand in escrow, but the money's not moved. It's still your money, not their money yet. Okay? We need to get a purchase and sale agreement. Depending on the entity, the institutions take a long time. Like that. If you're doing a deal with your brother-in-law, it might take 1 minute. So the purchase and sale can either go 1 minute or 30 days. There's a lawyer involved in this right here, okay? Because you got to have a purchase and sale agreement. This is a piece of paper. I can whip out one. Like right now, I could write an LOI and say, bang, I'm making an offer. Okay? That might not even be accepted for 2 weeks. And then the due diligence starts. Okay, we accept your $4 million, 1% down, $40,000 goes into an escrow account. It holds there, and now I go do my due diligence. I'm doing my due diligence day 1, day 2, day 3, and I'm starting to talk to people about a loan. Okay, only until I have an LOI do I go to a lender and say, hey, I need to get a loan. And the lender comes back at day 28. Hey, man, the deal's $4 million. Everybody thought I was going to get a loan for $3 million, but because of something in the rent roll, hey, the loan was cut back to $2.5 million. Now I'm going to go back. I only have 2 days left of my due diligence. I'm going to go back to the seller and say, hey, bro, look, you told me X, Y, and Z, and the bank is saying X, Y, and Z don't get me what you said it was going to get me. And now we're renegotiating again. I've had deals that had a 30-day due diligence that we were still negotiating 5 months later. So you just take things one. This is why I talked about the sequence today. If you guys remember the deal sequence, don't worry about it, man. This is not a,
LOI is not binding either. Like you don't, just because you submit an LOI doesn't mean that you have to do the deal, right?
Yeah, it's you're tying a deal up.
Yeah, I guess the thrust behind one of the reasons I was asking that is because a follow-up question is, how do you keep from getting scooped by a competitive buyer?
You won't be. They can't sell this to somebody else.
Once
okay?
it's under an LOI, you're protected.
So the LOI is going to protect you against them selling it to somebody else. And this gives you time now to raise your money and your equity. Now, if you asked me this question 2 years ago, and the date is 2022, January 2022, this market was so hot, bro, they wouldn't even look at this piece of paper. You're given $40,000 in a cash bag, saying, I'm ready to go hard today, crossing your fingers, hoping you can get the deal done, and you don't even know if you can. So today, don't even worry about it. Time is on your side, my friend. There is so much. There's a glut. Remember the first screen today. Correction in the marketplace, a glut. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about where to find deals. Where to find deals is a much bigger question than what you're asking me, even though I understand why you're concerned about that question. This, again, for everybody watching, goes back to why the weeklies are so important. I can only answer so many questions today, guys, before we don't hit all the ones, because the one he's asking me is important, but it's not the most important because of where we are in the market. And look, let's see, what are we in? June? July, August, September, October. Who knows? Maybe November and December, things change again, or January.
Election,
let's say
rate
Trump
drop.
comes in, and if Trump actually does some of the stuff that I sent him a letter this week and said, hey, you should do these things when you get in, all of a sudden there would be some regulation that would open up some things for senior housing or for people that have equity in homes, because there's $12 trillion sitting in equity in homes right now that could be released into the marketplace where owners would actually owner finance their assets. How much is sitting in your 401k or your retirement account, by the way?
Well, one is about, I want to say it's 59, and I think I may have another one with 16, unless that's in the 59.
About half the money that's coming into Cardone Capital right now is from 401ks.
So let me just say this about the 60,000, okay?
75.
Let me just say this about the 60 grand. Right now, your capital gains on that is 19% today. Okay, if Joe Biden gets his way, tomorrow that could be 44%, which means you would have gone from paying 20%, 12,000 on this, to overnight paying 40,000, 40%, 16. You'd have gone from paying what? 20% of that is what? 12,000? Yeah, $12,000 in taxes to 24,000 in taxes. Now, if you go all the way out to the year, you look like you're about 45 years old.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Close
okay.
enough.
You'll take it? Take this out to 2044 or 54 or 64. If you guys think these taxes are going to be 44%, you don't understand how much trouble America's in. Okay, not to mention this money, the 60 grand, your account says 60, but it don't buy 60 anymore.
Yeah.
So you guys that are in retirement accounts, I used to have a retirement account. I cashed out all my retirement accounts, did the same thing for my sister when she was 53 years old, dumped her out, she paid her fees, and I made her a millionaire 3 times over because she dumped out of her retirement account and got invested with me and got cash flow, which she needs more than a retirement account. You need cash flow. So I would tell everybody here, dump your 401k, dump your Roth, dump your IRA, pay the damn fees, pay it, pay the penalty, fuck it. Okay? Pay it, get your money, and get it invested into a real asset that is not backed by paper, but backed by something real.
Let's go to Kimberly.
Kimberly.
Yeah. That was the exact question I was getting ready to ask, is how do I get my money out of money jail without paying significant taxes on it?
Yeah.
I'm only 57 and a half, but my fiance is 59 and a half. So his money is available, but paying that 20% income tax, we were just trying to figure out how we get around not paying that significant fee and investing it in real estate, looking at the Jacaranda, all of that.
Yeah, so how much money do you have in your retirement accounts?
He's got 250. I've got about 300.
I've got 175.
175. I got about 300.
He's a dead broke. He's a brokey. You have to carry him, huh? So, and then is it self-directed?
He's been at it for 30 years.
Yeah. Is it self-directed or is it, or you still work for the company?
I don't work for my company. I was a teacher, switched. That's a nightmare profession. He still works for the county.
Okay, good. So didn't he dump out already?
No.
Good. You can though. You're of age to dump it out, and you just pay your taxes. No big deal. Okay. What you should do is self-direct. Okay. You can literally
Mine are in separate accounts. It's called Delaware Trust or Equitrust or something like that.
Yeah, that's
it's one
fine.
of those.
What we would do is it's sitting in a retirement account right now, protected from the federal government taxing that money. We would slide it over to an account. We do this every day for people. I think it costs you $175 or $225 to set up the account. No tax event, no penalty. Money moves over, and then you self-direct into Jacaranda. You can do it, then invest in that deal that I'm in.
How do I get the paperwork to do that? Or who do I talk to make that happen?
Let me just, I'm going to screenshot your name and have somebody reach out to you, all right?
Okay, that'd be great.
Next one is Ross Vieira.
Now, when she does that, by the way, guys, when she self-directs that money, she cannot
pull the cash.
Touch money, okay? You can't touch a penny. She can't, let's say she's got 250. The 250 sits in this bubble. It's like a condom around it. Nobody can play with this thing. Like you cannot get anything out of it, okay? It moves over there, and by the way, you can't play with it next month either. So the money just keeps going back to this self-directed. When she's 65 years old, by the way, she could still be in that asset. Guess what she needs? This is the biggest lie, one of the biggest lies that we've been given. When you retire, you need money. No, when you retire, you need cash flow. You do not need a lump sum of money. And I would just tell all you guys, also, for those of you that have kids, your kids do not need lump sums of money when they get out of college. They need cash flow. For all of you out there that are funding these bullshit college accounts, what program was that called?
It's a 521.
Because look what they did, man. They gave you a tax incentive to fund a college.
529.
So they can indoctrinate your kids to cut parts of their body off. I know I got carried away right there, but the point is, why would you want to fund a college in the future? Your kid's 4 years old. Why are you worried about funding 17 years from now when the truth is the only thing you should give that kid when he's 21 is maybe some cash flow from a property that you don't have to pay for? So I don't want to give my kids money. I want to set my kids up so that when they're 21, they have something that pays their bills so I don't have to.
Ross,
yes,
you're up.
Hey, Grant. Nice to meet you today. Can you hear me?
He's committed. Look at that. See, all I want to know is what is behind your ugly face?
Well, I mean, that's the beautiful part. It looks better from behind right here. So let me tell you, this is Trilogy. It's a development I put together.
See?
It's my first big development. I'm a general contractor and a development for hire service company. But this is my first big deal. I found 36 acres of land. I got it tied up by the city under a purchase and sale agreement. I bought it at about $3.8 million. Been getting through all entitlement, closing at building plan approval at 80% plans right now for the apartment complex. One is a 284 unit complex, market rate, 4-story, with amenity package you see right in front of, behind my left shoulder. And then I've got a 96 unit building as well, which is a senior 55 plus, with about 5,000 square foot for a child care center and 1,000 square foot for a hair salon, and wrapped around it is 245 units for sale townhomes, which I've just got under contract just recently. So it's a big development, my first one. But the question is, we've created about $8 million in value already just on the appraised value from when we got it locked up under a purchase sale agreement. But now I'm trying to raise the big money to build the 284 units and the 96 unit apartment complex right next to our master jet base here in Hampton, Virginia. Great location right off the interstate. $3.5 billion tunnel project finishing in the next year and a half. trying to figure out what to do on syndication and what kind of returns are people looking for.
Yeah, dude. So look, I mean, here's the deal. Like, you need an audience, right? And what you don't want to do, this is the biggest mistake made in fundraising and syndication, is you let other people make up what the rules are. And I have broken the model, completely disrupted fundraising, crowdfunding. We are currently the most active real estate investors in the country. And I'm one guy, okay? We got a big team and we got a great team, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not Goldman Sachs. I'm buying assets from Goldman Sachs. And we have broken the model because those people, the institutions, go to the same sources for money. And it's similar to way animals eat in Africa, you know. All the lions go to the same pond. Well, shit, the alligators know. Everybody knows when everybody's going to eat.
Right.
And this is what builders have been doing for years. You become dependent upon the same source for money. And 6 years ago, we broke the model and said, oh, we're going to go online and raise money. And we're going to create clubs. The best place to raise money is in a club. It is not at an olive tree. And it is not at a bank. So is it in Dubai? Yeah, get on a plane, fly to Dubai, go there about 16 times, and you might get some money from the king. But you're going to have to make a bunch of trips, bro.
Right.
So until then, you got the internet. And now what's the return look like? It can look like whatever's acceptable to your investors. You know, but you need an audience. The bigger question for you is, how do I build an audience?
Right.
Rather than what do I have to pay them? You already know how to show a piece of real estate.
We got plenty of collateral.
Yeah.
500 videos, the whole 9 yards. We got all the entitlements. Everything.
Now what you're going to have to learn how to do, though, now what you have to learn how to do is you're going to have to learn how to dumb down your presentation.
And how do you do that?
Well, see, I've dumbed mine down good. I never overtalk the audience when I'm raising money. I might when I'm educating. There's a chance that I've overtalked some of you educationally, but never when I'm raising money for an investment.
Is this one of those deals you do with a few strategic partners, or are you looking at a larger source?
Let me just tell you, for you, the thing you should be joining is the club, not the mentorship. You get the mentorship when you join the club. It's $25,000 to join the club. These are only serious investors. Everybody there is to do one thing: raise money for deals.
It's
not educational. If you guys need an education, the real estate club is not what you want. Okay? If you want access to money and deals, and with like if you want to be able to walk in a room and say, guys, I want to show you my deal today. That's what happens there. Okay?
Awesome.
So, and for any of you that join the mentoring and you later decide you want to join the club, we'll apply the cost of the mentorship to the club, Jared. Make sure. So anytime in the period of, the first year, if you guys decide, hey, man, I want to upgrade to the club, we'll handle you. Look, we're here to help you guys. Okay, guys? This is not a sales pitch. This is a community where it's an opportunity. I've given you a bunch of 5 hours of information today. Tomorrow we're going to come back at 11 and do the same thing, but we're going to be looking at where to find deals, where to find money, where to find equity, where to find debt, where good debt is, where bad debt is. But most importantly, tomorrow, we're going to be talking about where the deal is. Because if you don't have a deal, you don't have anything to talk about. So again, one last time I want to tell you today, we're going to close this offer off today. Okay? All the extras that we gave. Today we're going to give you 12-month coaching, Q&A. We're going to give you the master class, lifetime access. The introduction to apartments at $10,000, we're going to give it to you. The resource book, I'm going to give it to you. The networking group, we're going to give it to you. The real estate summit, that will be closed off today, okay? All these things come off tomorrow, and we're just going to give you the mentoring. We'll still do the same offer at $49.97 tomorrow, but I'm going to take all the gimmies and gifts and the bonuses away. We said we would include the calculator and the underwriter.
The increased value calculator and the underwriting calculator.
I'm going to get you the real estate book, the definitions, the resource book, the study manual, tickets to the event. And we said when you sign up today before 5 o'clock, we will do the second year free
If you don't hit your target.
If you don't hit your target or you're not satisfied, whatever that means to you. And if you ain't satisfied in the second year, I give you a third year free. After that, freak, we're just going to sign you up for the I'm dumb and I can't get it club. Okay? Lifetime access to stupidity. Because if you can't figure it out in 3 years, shit, you ain't going to ever figure it out. Okay? The point is this. This is not about learning. This is about doing deals. You don't do deals, you don't do deals. Okay? So if you guys want to take advantage of that, take advantage of the opportunity. You got 59 minutes to call the office, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255, 310-777-0255. My guys can talk to you. If you want to join the club, you think that's better for you, if you got questions, just ask the team. We also make you part of our Telegram group so you can stay connected. That's worth the cost of this thing. This is tax deductible, by the way. You get to write this off in 2024 as a tax deduction by the IRS code, as a legitimate tax deduction, and by the way,
the education
contributes to you registering as a professional real estate investor per the IRS tax code. I'm a professional real estate investor, and I'm allowed to write off without limit, okay,
the depreciation.
Depreciation and losses in my real estate against all earned income from other sources. One of the greatest real estate loopholes on planet Earth.
So if you make, 500 grand in income from your business, and you go out like William and you go out and place your $2 million of equity into a $6 million deal, and that deal has $2.5 or $2 million worth of depreciation that you accelerate, you literally can wipe out your tax bill on your primary income as long as it's not on a W-2.
Yeah, and carry forward that $1.5 million that he used in his example to next year and the following year and the following year. But to do that, you need to invest 15 hours of your time every week in real estate. Part of this would contribute to that, or 50% of your, if you're doing 40-hour work weeks, half your time needs to be involved in real estate as well. Anyway, different topic. I don't mind paying taxes if I have to pay taxes. I need to make a gain. Either way, you need wealth, folks. You need wealth. And wealth comes through assets. It does not come through work. It comes through assets. And assets, the ability to pull a trigger, find a deal, buy a deal, fund a deal, raise money for a deal, comes through confidence. 5 things you have to have, okay? There's no getting around this. It's impossible to get around it. And 2 of them, I can show you how to do without. I can get rid of 2 of these 5 things, but 3 of them you cannot get rid of. You have to have the deal. Got to, period. Debt. I can show you how to do a deal without debt. I just did 5 of them, okay? Equity, cash, money, okay? I can show you how to raise all this, but I cannot show you how not to do this without a network. There's a network game, there's a people game. This is about people. This is about people that are easy to talk to, though. I'm not talking about you walking out being able to be a good talker. You need a deal. The deal controls the conversation. And the 5th thing, I don't know how you get this in life without doing. You need confidence. You got to have confidence. You don't have confidence, everybody's going to see you don't have confidence. Starting with you. Okay? And people don't invest because they don't have confidence. Biggest mistake I made in real estate. Last thing I'm going to say. Biggest mistake I have made in real estate was not learning the game sooner. 2, not learning how to do it big sooner. 3, ever selling anything, ever. I should have never sold any piece of real estate that I ever owned. And 4, I should have gone bigger, faster. And those are my 4 mistakes. I hope they're not yours. I hope you guys get started today. You got 57 minutes. Call the office if you have a question. Otherwise, go to grantcardone.com/join. grantcardone.com/join. Look, if you don't start today, when you're going to start? There's an old saying in real estate, okay? In real estate, you don't wait. You buy the real estate and wait. And while you wait, you get paid to wait, okay? I'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
Yep.
God bless. Be great.
Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? I gotta get it.